All right, we just started the recording. I had already called to order the meeting. Rachel has now joined, so all 5 commissioners are currently here. Just to note that this meeting is being held virtually, and if any technical interruption occurs and the meeting suddenly ends, we will not be resuming the meeting, and everything will be automatically continued to the next scheduled meeting date. Also, as you just heard, this meeting is being recorded and by the Conservation Commission. And if anyone else is recording the meeting, you're required to let me, the chair, know now or when you begin recording. All right, hearing none, I will assume no one is. So first on our agenda, we have approval of meeting minutes, February 21st, 2023.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from February 21st.
I had a couple of comments on the second paragraph.
So, Kristen, sorry, could we get a second on that first and then we'll discuss it?
Second.
Okay, we got a second. So any discussion on the minutes then, Kristen?
Yeah, sorry, Erica, I thought I heard you. The second paragraph, under the public meetings and hearings, second sentence, it says DEP noted the project does not seem to follow the bank standards, as the standards refer to the carrying capacity of the existing bank and not the relocated channel. Could I request we add the word performance standards? So it would read, DEP noted the project does not seem to follow the bank performance standards as they refer to the carrying capacity. Does that make sense? I just want to add the word performance standards so that it's clear it's not like our personal standards, it's the regulatory standards.
Okay. Any other items on the minutes? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote on the motion to approve the minutes from February 21st. I'll do a roll call vote and just go in order of who I see here. Erica?
Aye.
Fletcher?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
Rachel?
Aye.
And I'm going to abstain because I wasn't at that meeting. So that motion passes and the minutes are accepted. Right. So on our agenda for scheduled public meetings and hearings, first up, we have a public hearing for a notice of intent supermarket construction at 208 Mohawk Trail, map 37, lot 5, DEP number 1680354. Just going to read the description on our agenda. The proposed work will consist of the construction of an approximately 19,432 square foot supermarket building and a parking area. The proposed building will be supported by a parking area for passenger vehicle, a small loading area, access road, sidewalk, and curbing. Work will also include installation of stormwater management system and underground propane tanks, grading, and landscaping. Any existing stormwater management facilities left from the former motel will be removed. And do we have someone here to kind of introduce this project to us?
Yeah, there's a few of us here. Can I share my screen?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
And maybe if you could introduce who's here for the project.
Sure. Oops, oh, sorry. Get you timed out here. Okay, so hopefully you're seeing the screen.
Not yet.
Oh, okay, probably didn't press the right button. Oh, okay. Sorry, I always forget in Zoom, there's an extra share button, which I always forget to hit. Okay. How about now?
Yep. No,
Okay. So I'm Andrew Platt with Bowler Engineering. I'm here tonight with Dorothy Lawrence of BHB and also Matt Oates of Benderson. We are here tonight to present a proposed Aldi grocery store to be located at 208 Mohawk Trail. The 6.7 acre site is located west of I-91, behind the McDonald's and opposite the Big Y on the other side of Route 2. The site also has frontage on Robbins Road. This was previously the Candlelight Inn, as you know, although the motel buildings have been demolished. The site is currently vacant with areas of trees and brushy growth. The site is owned by Benderson and will be leased by Aldi for the purpose of constructing a 19,432 square foot grocery store with 97 parking spaces, plus 18 spaces granted by easement to the adjacent McDonald's. The site is located between two streams, Wheeler Brook to the north on the other side of Route 2, and Smead Brook, which runs through the site. Both have 200 feet of riverfront area associated with them. There's also a bordering vegetated wetland in the west part of the site, as well as an off-site bordering vegetated wetland south of the property. The site layout was chosen to minimize impacts to resource areas, especially the riverfront area, as you can tell by the way the layout was located mostly north and west of Smead Brook. Further, it's located mainly in previously developed area associated with the former motel use. The entire southern third of the property will remain as wooded hillside. Proposed landscaping within the site will consist of native species such as red maples and pin oaks, as well as the mitigation plantings to be described later. And at this point, I'm just going to flip to the grading and drainage plan. So on this plan, the hillside to the south will drain to a grassed swale, which is in this dark shaded area. I'll just zoom in a little bit. So everything south will remain undeveloped and wooded. Will drain to this wooded or to this grass swale that will discharge directly to Smead Brook. The developed part of the site, which is basically the northern half or 2/3, will drain to a storm sewer system consisting of multiple layers of water treatment. Runoff will first drain to deep sump catch basins before draining to a sediment trap, which is located here. And just as a point of reference, this is the McDonald's here. And that's the sediment trap near that. Robbins Road is over to the right. So they'll drain to that sediment trap before draining to an underground infiltration basin. The basin will empty into Smead Brook. However, there will be no flow out of the infiltration basin for storms up to and including the 10-year storm, which is 5.1 inches of rainfall over 24 hours. Some runoff will continue to flow to Route 2, although at a reduced rate. An erosion control plan is also provided, which I'll flip to now, that provides a stone construction exit, which will be located at Robin Road. There's going to be silt fence, straw wattles, inlet protection, and stockpiling protection too. It's worth noting that possibly due to prior development, the site generally drains towards Route 2, so away from the brook and the wetlands, and it drains in a northerly direction. So this should be an advantage during construction because water will naturally flow away from the resource areas. So that's basically the summary of the site layout and stormwater design. I know it was rather brief, but I can either answer any questions now or turn it over to Dorothy for a description of wetland impacts.
Yeah, I guess maybe Dorothy, if you want to go ahead and then we'll.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm just going to use the map that's displaying and sort of give you designation. And so there are basically two bordering vegetated wetlands and then two streams. Wheeler Brook is located across from Route 2, which is like to the north of the projects. It's off-site, but the riverfront area extends down into the site just a little bit. And then there's, of course, Smead Brook that is in the southeast corner. And then off of Smead Brook to the south, there's a little fringe wetland that's basically off. I think there's maybe one flag on property, or no, it's just off property. And then there's the larger bordering vegetated wetland to the west right there. We have all the borders on here. So you have your 25-foot no disturb in pink. You have the 100-foot buffer in green, and then you have the 100-foot and 200-foot riverfront area in sort of that light blue color. The majority of the impact is all within the riverfront area buffer zone. And there is the one stormwater outlet that is in right by the entrance to Robbins Road. Yep. So that impact, we're going to basically grade down to the bank, and then the pipe will be placed not on the bank, above the bank, but there'll be stones for pipe ends to reduce velocity of any flow that comes out from that pipe. And then the majority of the work within the riverfront area is all in either degraded, previously developed, previously disturbed. We did send you, I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at it. We sent you a chart with sort of like all of the breakdowns of degraded versus disturbed versus undisturbed and the areas that we were impacting. So as a result of that, we have to essentially mitigate for about 10,000, almost 11,000 square feet. So to do that, we've basically have this sort of like grassy area in the southern part of the site that we're going to basically replant and bring it back to what the existing conditions of like the sort of undisturbed forested area around Smead Brook. We provided a planting plan. And then also there's this small portion right below the parking lot there. It's just at the end. Yeah, exactly. That was a portion of degraded area that we're not like developing, but it's degraded. So we're going to, put it back to pre-existing conditions. We're going to put topsoil on it and plant it. We also sort of widened our medians to get a little bit more vegetation within the parking lot area and the impervious surface area and whatnot. We also, up in the top here, the entrance to Route 2, this area we actually, originally, I think Travis, you went out with Jean, my colleague, who you went through like basically the degraded areas and kind of like detailed them out. He didn't go up that far. So when I was out there for the site visit, I went and checked that area as well. And that area is also missing topsoil, but we counted it as disturbed versus degraded, but it is in fact degraded, and we are restoring it to vegetated state and putting topsoil back on it as part of this project. That's basically all the impacts there. We did our best to move the actual bulk of the project as far away from the riverfront area, away from the river as we could. And we also tried to utilize as much of the degraded area as we could instead of disturbing any undeveloped or disturbed areas. And then whatever we could like restore back to pre-existing conditions, we did. Obviously, as we move through the site, we're going to remove any like trash or debris that we find in the area. But that's basically the summary of the impacts. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions on that? Or I was wondering if you had, I don't remember in the narrative if there was a map showing what the areas that were degraded versus disturbed.
Yes, we
That might
included,
be
I
helpful.
think we included 2 or maybe just 1, but it showed degraded, disturbed, and undisturbed areas. And areas, I think I'm not sure if we put the map in for potential. There it is.
Which one do you want, Dorothy? This one?
So you can do current conditions, the next one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because this kind of just shows all the area. And if you notice, like in the middle of sort of where the building is, there's a red line, and that's the point in which Jean stopped checking for degraded areas, because this was, I think, I want to say a year or so ago, and I think the project changed since then. But you didn't go further north, but I did when I was there, and that one area that we were questioning is in fact degraded as well. It's essentially all fill that was from the previous building. But this shows degraded versus, will you just zoom out to the key so I can see? Okay, yeah, degraded is green, disturbed area is sort of that teal, and then pink is undisturbed areas.
And I guess I was wondering if you could explain, I think some of the degraded, there might have been some like asphalt or concrete out there still. And then I
Oh,
think
yeah.
other areas were a lack of topsoil.
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
there was still a lot of sort of like asphalt from the previous building, the Candlelight Motel. It was like one building, and then I think it was like a couple other associated buildings. I believe there was a tennis court. So there's a lot of remaining sort of like asphalt in the area as you kind of move through the site. And then there are a bunch of areas that there's just lacking topsoil, like right off the existing parking area that's right off Robbins Road. Like that's obviously all paved, but like just beyond that, there's no topsoil. It's sort of like this rocky fill material that they use when building. That's all that's there.
And I think we'll see some of that in some site photos once we get there.
Yeah.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions at this point, or should we move on to site visit photos?
Do we have a table, Dorothy, of the areas that
Yep.
fall under each of these categories?
Yep, I sent
Very
that to
comfortable.
Mitchell this morning.
Mitch, maybe you could share that if that's handy.
Yeah, I'm just looking for those.
So the degraded area was confirmed last summer, I believe, is when you were out with Jean Travis.
I had a question about the stormwater. Did you say that, could you just walk through that really quickly again? I maybe misunderstood.
Sure. So the stormwater is basically going to be picked up as a standard stormwater system in a parking lot. So you're going to have catch basins. Those. I'll get to the grading plan. That might be more helpful. So this shows the pipes and the inlets. So the circles over here. This is an inlet here. You got your catch basins in the parking lot, which are these dark areas, all connected to pipes. Those will flow to this sediment trap right here by the McDonald's. That'll filter out any sediment. This water is then going to go through this inlet pipe to a water quality unit for even further cleaning before it discharges to an infiltration basin, which typically is assigned an 80% TSS removal rate. But in this case, you're going to have basically zero outflow for rainfall up to 5 inches. So you're even, if you had like a 1-inch rainfall, you're not going to see anything coming out of this pipe, except for maybe like for really large storms. So there's quite a few levels of water treatment here, and we've reduced the runoff rates coming from the site, both to Smead Brook and to Route 2. And just to clarify, basically the whole site for existing conditions was treated as draining only to Route 2 with almost no outflow or to Smead Brook. So that's the reason for having zero outflow, just to match existing conditions at Smead Brook.
What's the proximity to those bank flags? BF 103 and 104 or one, I'm sorry, 100 and 101?
Yeah, we will be very
Or
close to
102.
those. So we can't really avoid impacting the bank at that point, just because the way this works is by gravity. And this just happens to be the lowest point of the site. So everything's draining downhill, and we just have no other option other than to put the pipe here.
We should note the pipe is not sitting on the bank.
Correct. Yeah, it's definitely back from the bank.
The stone for pipe ends will be down to the bank. The existing condition and the slope that leads down to the stream is basically all riprap.
Yeah, the bank line is actually obscured by this thicker gray line. So the bank is actually somewhere in here. So we're back behind that.
Okay, so no riprap on the actual bank between mean annual high, mean annual low.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I can pull it up when we're ready.
Okay, I'll stop sharing them.
I think it's at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm not very good with Zoom. I hardly ever use it. So you should know, but oops, that's definitely the wrong button. How about stop share? Okay, thank you. Should be all set, I think.
All right, this is what you mean, right?
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
the graph that sort of breaks down all of the components, square footage, et cetera. What we're mitigating for would be the work in previously developed RFA and work in within undeveloped RFA. And then below that is our sort of mitigation areas, which is a lot of it is that one sort of area that had been clear cut previously that we're just restoring to the sort of forested conditions that are there currently.
So existing undeveloped riverfront area to Smead Brook
Mm-hmm.
is 51,337 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And then, sorry, there's a lot to unpack on this. So, and the proposed within that undeveloped to Smead Brook,
So work within previously work within undeveloped is 5,497.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mitch, while you've got control, do you want to share some site visit photos?
Yeah, 1 second.
There's also a photo log included with the NOI submittal as well that we could look at if you wanted to.
Yeah, maybe after Mitch does the site visit photos.
Sure.
This is the kind of main area with the parking lot and the building.
Mitch, could you walk us through which of these areas is qualified as disturbed, previously developed and undeveloped?
Yeah, Dorothy, could you?
Let me just switch. Okay, so right there, if you go back to where you just were, this is right in front of the parking lot, correct? Yeah. So in this area, we sort of have like a mix of some existing asphalt, but we also have this sort of like rocky fill material. This is right. Let me get bearings to where we are. Can you put up? Are you guys splitting the screen just out of curiosity, or is that some weird button I just
Yeah, I'm
pushed by
showing the
accident?
showing the map.
Do you have access to the degraded map that we put up earlier? Like,
Yeah, which you know which document that's in?
it should be in the end of the NOI. So if you have the NOI, you can just scroll to the bottom and it'll be there. I think that looks like it. Yeah, the candlelight in that might be it.
I think this is old.
That's old, yeah. And there it is.
At the bottom.
Yeah, it should be it's one of the attachments.
Oops.
Ah, there we go. Current conditions. So we are sort of where the parking. Okay, so this area is off that. It's sort of where we stopped. Right, do you see that truck right there? Right in front of that is that sort of like entrance area to Route 2. And that's the area that I was talking about. We didn't go up that far to check out if that was degraded. So that sort of portion there is a degraded portion. And this is just right off of that back parking lot. So this, we're outside of like the area which was checked for degraded, but it does appear that there is some like pavement in this area as well. If you keep going, I believe you took a picture of the parking lot area off of Robbins Road. So that's an example of sort of the absence of topsoil. It's just kind of like this rocky fill material. And when you auger into it, it doesn't change. It's just sort of like a rocky, sandy mix. This is sort of I believe that's where the tennis carts were. That's us. And then we're kind of walking towards the wetland, and that the wetland that's sort of in the western portion of the site. We're walking towards it. We're not actually in it yet. I think it's a couple pictures more that you snapped some photos.
Yeah, it should be the wetland area.
So this is sort of like the wetland area. That's, if you can see one of the pink flags right there. So you're kind of standing in it and looking out of the wetland, or you're looking toward the wetland in this one. So that's sort of that westerly, bordering vegetated wetland. This, you can see the stream, and then the pink flags represent this fringe wetland that I was talking about. So at this point, we're off the property. And then keep going. So that's another picture of the little fringe wetland that's off of Smead Brook. And then this right here is the area that we're going to reforest that was previously cleared. We were able to also locate a highway plan from 1963, I believe, that shows that the buildings that are now gone, but were on this plot, were there in 1963. So there was definitely some degree of clearing. And then we were able to kind of like trace out the clearing and look through like the history of photos and find sort of like the same pattern of clearing back down to like 1992. So it definitely was cleared to some degree. We are proposing to restore the whole entire area. And this is the parking area off of Robbins Road. And then to the left in that photo, that whole area is part of the degraded portion, or just beyond that is. That's the entrance to Route 2. The culvert is right there to the right. And that looks like the entrance of Robbins Road.
Yeah, it's up here.
Yeah,
That's Route 2 again.
Yeah, so that's the entrance from Robbins Road to Route 2, I believe. And then this is more sort of that. We're standing, so if you look on the map, do you see this sort of at the top? There's that green, yes, exactly. That's what he's taking a picture of. There's this pavement lot, like box, because just beyond that fence, there used to exist a building which was removed. And that's also the area that we didn't originally look at last summer to determine if it was degraded. But when I was out there, I went and took a couple auger pulls through a bunch of different areas to see if I could find any topsoil. And I just found sort of like this fill material.
I think that's all the photos I had. I think I have Andy's photos as well, if we need
Okay.
those, and some of Travis's old photos, I think, of the soils.
There might be a photo of the culvert area, which I'm guessing would be something. There's one sort of picture of the culvert. This is a stream. This is, I believe we're standing on Robbins Road looking upstream. There's the culvert. There's a lot of invasives. This is, I believe, that fielded area. This was the area that was cut down at some point. This is the restoration area. We're looking off property at Smead Brook. Again, the sort of area that was cut down some time ago. These are just adjacent buildings. This is that original parking lot that's right off Route 2. So there's like a yellow building that's sort of like in the next kind of plaza over from the McDonald's plaza. And this is sort of like that, again, the area that we didn't check for degraded, but that I checked again when we were out at the site visit.
In that area that's in the southeast corner, that was the trees were cut down, that looks like it's pretty regularly mown. Is that?
Yeah, we're actually
okay.
not sure who's mowing it. It's not us.
Okay.
And this is right off that back parking lot area. So like McDonald's is kind of to the back of us in this picture. But this is sort of indicative of what we're seeing throughout the site. You'll see these sort of like patches of asphalt that are existing from like previous buildings or previous elements related to Candlelight Motel. Also, we found a bunch of sort of old campsites. This, the trash, obviously, as we go through the site, will be removed. This is just sort of stuff we tried to climb through.
And so that
That's
would
it,
be considered undisturbed.
It would depend on, I'm not actually sure where, it looks like you're kind of staring at that sort of the fielded area that's being mowed that we're not sure who's mowing it, like, and the brook is sort of like down gradient. So that's a mixture of disturbed, and as you get closer to the brook, it becomes undisturbed. So we're probably standing perhaps like on that boundary area of disturbed and undisturbed. But it's sort of hard to, because there's no buildings in the photo, so I'm not 100% sure. But that's just what it looks like. It looks like it's that fielded area and some.
Okay, so then the southeast corner that's being mown is qualified as disturbed.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Did we want to see Travis's old photos?
I don't know. I think we probably have enough of the
Yeah, that
site
was-
photos right now. I was wondering if maybe Dorothy wanted to share the photos that were submitted with maybe that would, since those have descriptions of like where they were taken, maybe that
Yeah.
would.
Those are primarily of the resource area. Let me see if I can, if it's gonna let me.
We'll get through all of our myriad photos here.
Hold
right
on.
at the top.
I'm just gonna get it set up so I can go right to it.
Sure.
Just give me 1 second. All right, let me know when you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay, so this first picture is I'm standing sort of at Robbins Road, looking down, like I'm standing on top of the culvert, essentially. And then the Smead Brook is obviously in the center of the photo there. This is, when we originally did the delineation, it was easier for us to walk down the stream. So this is essentially me just beyond the culvert. Not sure like how far down, but from the center of the stream, just taking a picture of the stream itself. This is another photo a little bit further down. And as you can see, the sort of slopes leading down to the stream are all armored with riprap. This is that sort of cut down, the unknown mode area, we'll call it. This was back in 2020 when we went there. And so this is looking back towards sort of the culverted area towards Robbins Road. So that we're sort of like at the edge of the property. And then this is a view of wetland 1 looking east at around flag 109. This is a view looking east at wetland 2 from flag 215. And those are all the photos I have from the original delineation. So this one is the fringe wetland and this one is that westerly wetland. Is there any photos that you want to take a second look at?
I don't think I have any off the top of my head. Do any commissioners have any questions they want to address right now, or we could go to DEP comments, or?
I just have a quick question for VHB. Did you look at whether or not you need to do a wildlife habitat evaluation for Riverfront? I know it's a little confusing with the redevelopment.
I don't think we had to for this particular one. I know it's not something that we definitely didn't do it. So I'm going to say that I don't think that we had to, because it would have definitely done it if we were required to.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. This is a cold water fishery though, resource. So when looking to that, you're kind of looking to not reduce shade. We're actually increasing the shade by replanting riverfront area that doesn't have any tree coverage at the moment.
Would now be a good time to look at the planting plans corresponded with these resource areas, Dorothy?
You
I don't
want
actually don't
to
know who's
take a-
in charge
I'm
of
sorry.
presenting those.
Did you say you wanted to look at the planting plans? I'm sorry, breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I was
Did I
asking
lose
if
you?
now is a good time to look at the planting plans and how they correspond to these.
I can bring them up if you'd like to. Let me just get to the planting plans and I will bring them up. All right, so let me know if you can see the planting plans.
It looks like it's working on it. Oh, there it is.
Okay, perfect. So this is that one main large area here that's right along the edge of the brook. And then directly above it, this is an area that we're not actually working in, but it was degraded. So since we're there, we're just going to restore it and plant it. So those are the sort of 2 planting areas. Obviously, there's landscaping on this larger property, which is in the next page of the planting plan, but I have them separate right now. Did you want to look at the plant list on this? So this is the current plant list that we have for those 2 areas. Obviously, if there's something you'd like to change, we definitely accommodate that. We're also proposing native species within the area. We had a landscape architecture design this, architects design this, so
I just wanted to thank you for having both the botanical name and the common name on
Sure.
there, because sometimes they only list the common name and then.
Yeah, there's like 32 common names for like every plant. I found that out really quickly. There are things that I call one thing and somebody else calls them another, and yeah, it doesn't always definitely need those names. I don't know, is there anything like in here that is like sticking out to anyone? Anything that
I have a quick
interested in
unrelated question.
Okay.
Did anyone get into the meeting through the calendar on the website?
I did.
Okay. Someone
did
said
too.
it wasn't working, but it seems to be working for me, so it might just be on their end.
Yeah,
I
I
was
got
able
in
to go
that
through
way.
it. Yeah. Same.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good
then-
idea to check though, Mitch, because we did have an issue a couple meetings ago with that.
I know, don't want that again.
If I can switch to.
So it looks like that's 37. Whoops, I was doing math. Never mind.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to go back? This is just sort of the larger portion of the plan.
Oh,
So
okay, that's great.
there are some plantings in here as well that I just wanted to sort of like point out this area.
Are you comparing the native species list to a certain publication?
So that's why we had a landscape architecture to design it so that she would utilize, that's her specialty, is to utilize native species to the area. So I would say that she probably uses several sources because they
Yeah.
sort of change throughout the state, throughout the Northeast versus the Southeast.
I would just recommend maybe making sure that each cultivar or species is common to our county as well.
Okay, we can have her double check that for sure.
Thanks.
It does say on there not to use named cultivars.
Yeah.
Oh, there it
I have
is.
I have a question about, I guess it's planting / stormwater management. Like in the parking lot, the plantings like between the parking spaces and things. Are there gonna be like curb cuts so that water can get into those? Or are those just like totally, a curb 100% around those?
Oh, like independent. I believe they're gonna have curbs. Andy, do you know the size of the curbing around the sort of mediums? Is it
Well,
just a
yeah, it's gonna be
6-inch curb?
Yeah, standard 6-inch curb. So yeah, you're correct. It will be curb. We do have 2 curb breaks over towards McDonald's. They're really kind of hard to see on this plan, but they'll discharge straight into that sediment trap. So it'll go through some grassed area, but in essence, what you're asking about is the answer is no, we're not really doing that. Just the areas are not really big enough. The slopes aren't really working out for rain gardens.
Okay, thanks.
I just had a comment back on the plantings. When I was reading the narrative, it did say, and I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly where it was, but it said native plants that are plants that are native to central Massachusetts, and this is Western Mass. So I don't know if that was a typo or if they really did do it to central Mass. So
I mean, I would say that it was probably a typo. 'Cause
okay,
she knew the location, the landscape architect. Oh my God, I can't say that word. She knew where the project was located, so she knew
Okay.
where to look to pull, specific plants. And like I said, if there's anything that you're uncomfortable with in this plant list, like we're definitely, amenable to change whatever. If you wanted to swap out something for, something you feel is a better choice, like obviously we'd be happy to accommodate that. Is there any other thing on these lists? Did you want to go back to that original page again? The one that sort of like zoomed into this area?
No, I think this is great. It's really detailed. I was looking at the quantities. It looks like they're not summed on this page, but it looks like that's a lot of trees for a small area. So it seems like, over the long term, like the planting area will require 2 years of maintenance reports for us, but then for the long term, it seems, is it fair to say that the returning to forest, like a full forest, is the longer term like restoration vision for this area?
I would say so. I mean, we're definitely going to plant like certain sizes of certain plants, and the sizes are all right here. They're the sort of larger trees are in between, like we'll say 2 to 6 inches. in size. So they are going to be smaller sapling sizes, and then over time they will grow. So yeah, the restoration period is going to take a bit of time to sort of get back to that like full grown mature forest. But there is a mix of sort of like shrubs and larger trees to sort of like retain some of what's beneficial to having like a vegetated riverfront area.
Are there any trees, actual trees that have to come down for this project? Or I mean, I know it's mostly shrubby out there, but
So I believe they tried. There is, I'm not sure if it's on this plan or if it's on the construction plan, but there are some trees that we are protecting and leaving in place. I want to say there's 4 in this area that we are. The majority of what's, I would say, in this area is more towards invasive. When I was out there, I did see a lot of like black locusts within this area. So it's more sort of like invasive coverage. The like sort of what I would expect to more to see in this area is more towards like the south of the site that we're not actually touching. But the majority, I don't know of any large trees that we're removing off the top of my head. I'd have to look at the plan that we have that has the grading plan that has like any removal, but I know that we did try to save the ones that we could for sure. I know there's like 4, these 4 just stick out to me because I remember them, and I believe we're keeping all 4 of them. They're like right off of Robbins Road at that like the existing parking area. There's like I think 4 trees that we're saving.
thanks.
Do any other commissioners have any questions, or we could jump to Mass DEP comments. I can pull that up. Give me a second.
While you're pulling that up, I'll just, Dorothy, I put something in the chat. It's a publication for native plants by county in Massachusetts.
This is Matt. I was actually able to go to that link and I just emailed it out to our team. Thank you.
Matt Oates is with Benderson. Oh, it actually says that though.
Mhm. Okay, I found
The response memo.
responses too, yeah.
Okay.
All right, is everyone seeing that? All right, so comment number 1 was regulations specifically prohibit the placement of a stormwater outfall in the bank resource area or land underwater. However, the entirety of the riprap area is not bank, but simply a part of the slope. Please review the definition of bank and ensure the outfall is placed above the top of bank.
Yeah, so the outfall will be, we sort of went through this, the outfall will be above the bank. We're just grading down to the bank, which I believe was stated in the narrative.
And then comment number 2 was in reviewing aerial photos as well as photo number 4. In the southeast corner of the property riverfront area, clearing of vegetation occurred after 1996, and much of the areas on that corner is now lawn. That area should be restored and should not be considered as an improvement area or mitigation if in fact that clearing and land disturbance was never permitted by the commission.
So this is the section that we were able to obtain the 1963 highway plan that had there used to be, I think, 3 buildings in that area, and we were able to note that they were there. So some degree of clearing occurred, you know, as far back as 1963, and then we were able to sort of like trace out the area of current clearing and then like map it back through like historic aerial photos and find sort of the same kind of discoloration area because obviously the further you get back, the area looks, it's not the photos are not as clear. So we just sort of like traced out this area and see if like the sort of like shading and non-shading area was consistent throughout, which is what it appeared. So some degree of that area was definitely cleared prior to the 1996, as far back as 1992, through looking through aerial photos, and then just based on the highway plan, some degree of clearing occurred as a result of creating those buildings and the access to them. So, but essentially we're restoring all of it regardless.
And I pulled up, this is historicaerials.com.
Yeah, I saw this too. Yeah.
And yeah, I think this is that cleared
Yeah.
area.
So what I did with that is I sort of like traced out that area, because as you get back to like the 1992s, like it just becomes really sort of like blurred, but you can kind of see that the sort of like discoloration area is there in the same sort of shape as it is now.
Here's 1997. And there's definitely some, it's hard to tell. That looks like a big tree maybe, but
Yeah,
there's definitely some clearing there.
there is a
1997.
tree in one of those photos that it was somebody cut it, or maybe it fell during a storm. I actually don't know.
Mhm. And here's 87, and
there's
it kind of looks similar to 97, but it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I think there might have been like a maybe like a couple more trees there, or some like heavy vegetation previously, like sort of like in between the river and the existing like abutter there, but more sort of like closer to the abutter area.
Mm.
You know, it might have even been along his property line. I'm not sure.
Mass Mapper has the 1990s and 2001. It doesn't go quite as far back as historic aerials. But it does look expanded since then.
Yeah, I would just like to note that we did not do that. We did none of the cutting, none of the pre-existing cutting. That how it appears is how we received it, basically. Previously cut. I don't know. We don't actually know who's sort of like mowing it.
And do you recall off the top of your head, or if you have the numbers in front of you, how much of the mitigation, like what the area was here that was mitigation? And I know you said you were doing more mitigation than necessary. I believe there was an excess.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, like,
let me see if I can.
If this area accounted for like half, would that, you know, I mean, that's just like a guesstimate off the top of my head, but.
Let me see if I have those figures. I might not have them in front of me, and let me see if I can. Let me see if I have something like pulled up that I can look at real quick. I mean, even if we're not, we're still restoring like in excess of what was required, which I think is like 11,000 square feet. I don't think that area, I want to say it's around 3,000 square feet, but I'm honestly not 100% sure off the top of my head.
I'm just going to go on to this next one because I think this one will be easy to get to. It would assist the commission in their review if a simple table was included in the NOI to understand compliance with the riverfront redevelopment standards. The table showing total riverfront area on the property, how much of the area is currently degraded, and then how much of the mitigation is actually the improvement over existing conditions, how much is restoration, and how much is considered mitigation, which is typically a 2-to-1 basis. Please note restoration per 310 CMR 10585F is very specific in its requirements.
So that is the the graph that we looked at, the table that we looked at earlier.
Yeah, I agree. It would have been difficult without without seeing this table.
I think from here on, it's all stormwater stuff.
Yeah, I was just gonna share. See if I had 1058.5F. Just since that was referenced. So 1058.5F is redevelopment within previously developed riverfront areas. When applicant proposes restoration on site of degraded riverfront area, alteration may be allowed notwithstanding the criteria of 310 CMR 1058.5C D, E, and E, at a ratio in square feet of at least 1:1 of restored area to area of alteration, not conforming to the criteria. Areas immediately along the river shall be selected for restoration. Alteration not conforming to the criteria shall begin at the riverfront area boundary. Restoration shall include, and then it has, removal of debris,
Right.
grading.
So for removing of debris, we're recovering certain areas with topsoil. We are reseeding, planting, and we are restoring in a more than 1-to-1 ratio. I want to say it's like a 1.5 to 1.5 ratio, 1.5 to 1 ratio or something. I think we're restoring, I think 22,582 square feet in total. Yeah, right there, down at the bottom, proposed, restored previously developed RFA, 22,800. And even though there also, I should note that in part of the riverfront in of Wheeler Brook is counted as disturbed, but it's actually degraded. So it's actually higher than that. But at the time we submitted the NOI, we didn't have that information available to us.
So just to make sure I got the math right. So the areas that need to be
Mitigated for.
Mitigated for
So
is.
if you look at the proposed and pervious area within RFA, the two center ones, the work within previously developed RFA and the work within undeveloped RFA, which I believe is a total of 5,499, so roughly under 11,000 square feet.
Yeah.
So those are the areas that we're required to mitigate for, is roughly 11,000. And we are restoring like 22,000, I think, in total.
Yeah. Well, this says total 37,000.
I think the 22,000 is proposed previously developed RFA.
So that would be the
So it's like,
mitigation. So the degraded, this is what would be
so
a
proposed
1-to-1 replacement.
15,000 and exactly
1-to-2.
And then there's a total of the 37,723. Yes, this table is very helpful.
3720. But then that's 21. So if you subtract excess mitigation 16, so that means 21,000 approximately was needed.
But we're still
I'm not sure where that 21 is from.
What 21?
Or
is it
37 minus 16, 21 or 22, whatever.
So 22,582, I think is what I said. So the in excess over, I believe, the 20. So let me get a calculator.
Because this Does anyone else have their mind wrapped around this right now?
Hi, this is Amanda Bazinet from VHB. I just wanted to jump in because I was
Sure.
the one who pulled together this spreadsheet.
Okay,
So
yeah, that'd be great.
I just want to try and clarify. So what we have in the proposed impervious area within Riverfront, like that was just the degraded impacts. So when she's saying there's 11,000 approximately square feet of degraded impacts, that was area that was previously degraded, that we didn't have to really count as an impact because it was staying degraded. And then the previously developed was the 5499, and the undeveloped was the 5479. Those went from being disturbed or undisturbed to being degraded. And then there were some areas that went from undisturbed to basically being in a disturbed state. So that's why that excess mitigation is lower than what you were anticipating, because that unfortunately isn't kind of really quantified specifically in this table. But there is that area too, that we're disturbing it, but we weren't really counting it as a permanent impact. It's a temporary impact because we were planting it back again. And so we weren't providing it necessarily mitigation for it. And so we still had some excess mitigation. So I just wanted to kind of throw that out there where you're wondering where that 21,000 was.
Yeah.
So
could you explain the areas that you're talking about that would be disturbed but then replanted?
So there's some area behind the site that was previously disturbed. It was mowed area that was behind the Candlelight Inn, and we're doing slope work there and planting there and some work. So that's some of it. Some of it is the areas that are in the medians inside the parking lot. Those areas are obviously going to be disturbed again, but we're putting back plantings and loam and seed, and they're not going to be degraded. So those, there were some areas in there that were previously considered undisturbed that we're now disturbing. So those are kind of the examples that aren't necessarily showing up in this chart.
And the areas are outlined on that map that we have.
And they do show up on that map. And there were two figures, one of which showed kind of where we were considering it to be mitigation when we came up with those numbers. So that 22,582, that is just the planting area on the lower southeast corner of the site. The the other proposed restored degraded areas are the areas that they're pulling out on the kind of the lower corner of the site where we said it wasn't within our limit of work, but it's degraded. We're going to restore it and do some plantings there. There are some areas that were previously degraded that end up falling within the new loam and seed areas or the new median areas. So that area is being counted as mitigation because we're going to put new topsoil down and plant it. So that's what that in the bottom of the chart there where it says proposed restored degraded RFA, the total 15,141, that is more in the site proper. And that 22,582 is just for that house parcel, previous house parcel that is being completely planted. So to your point earlier about how if like even half of that couldn't be counted as mitigation, that would be 11,000 square feet of it, which I think is more generous in what was cleared versus what might have been cleared after the fact. That still leaves us with excess mitigation.
And that's taking into account that the mitigation is a 1-to-2 and not a 1-to-1, like restoring the degraded.
No, because if you go to everything was treated as 1-to-1. If you go to that section that was referenced, it actually stated that it was 1-to-1, not 2-to-1 for that specific scenario in F. So 1-to-1 restored area of alteration.
The 2-to-1 is off-site.
Yeah, and we're not off-site. This is all on-site. So G does require 2-to-1, but F is what applies to this, and it requires 1-to-1.
If I can explain, Travis.
Sure, yeah.
So restoration under F means restoring areas that were degraded in 96 and are degraded now. So it has to be restoring degraded area, not disturbed area. So,
We-
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we are restoring all the degraded areas. That was the 15,000 square feet that we're restoring.
So that's
So-
one.
Yeah, it's essentially a little under 1.5.
Okay, I'm just going by the regulatory language. So when you run out of degraded area that you don't want to restore, then your next position is the mitigation at 2 to 1, which is on-site or off-site.
Okay, so we still accommodated that though.
Okay. I'm just trying to explain the difference between F and G, that's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that actually, because I read your comment a couple times and I'm like, I'm not understanding. So that actually makes a lot of sense.
So, yeah, so I guess we could look at the math and say, if this was, you know, has to be 1 to 2, then really you just cut that number in half. You know, make it 11,000. Add that to the 15, and you got 26, which is still over what you needed.
Correct.
Okay, let me, I think, does anyone else have any questions on that, or can I move on?
I know. We're all tired of looking at numbers.
Yeah, that's probably the most complicated part of.
It is. Yeah, it definitely, we took a lot of thought and made sure that we accommodated what was required. I think we're down to 4.
Yeah.
3
I
was
think,
F, right?
I think this one, maybe the number got dropped. Though geotechnical reports
Oh,
appear
yeah.
very detailed, it needs to confirm whether or not the soils found on site are consistent with NRCS data. For most of the site, these are urban soils, so the soils professional must confirm the HSG classification.
I believe I provided an attached email that responded to that.
Is
Andy,
that
I
at
don't
the end
know,
of
do
this?
you, yeah. And Andy, do you have anything additional on that?
Not really, unless you want me to get into a technical engineering discussion of soil types, and I don't know if that's something you want, but basically the geotechnical engineer confirmed the soil type in that area.
Wheatstone considers the sandy alluvial soils are generally consistent with hydrologic soil group A.
Yeah, and that's how we modeled it for existing and proposed conditions. So, and just to add a little bit to that, just under existing conditions, that would be the most conservative route to take, just because the type A soil is the most well drained. So therefore you have the least runoff coming off of it. So in existing conditions, you'd basically have, close to 0 runoff, which is what we're trying to meet with our proposed conditions. If the opposite was true, if you had a type C soil, you'd have more runoff and a higher existing runoff rate. So in essence, I think our design is probably the most conservative there, just using type A soils.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I'll also add that just off of the Surgo, it looks like it's a Merrimack fine sandy loam to the south, which is I think an excessively well drained. It's a somewhat excessively drained soil. And then there's the urban soils along Route 2.
All right. We can go on to the next question. The underground stormwater chambers are subject to UIC program requirements.
Correct. We'll register the system with the DEP prior to installation.
Okay. And then number 5, this one looks like it has a long response here. The regulations at 310 CMR 10056N requires that proponents shall consider environmentally sensitive site design that incorporates low impact development techniques in addition to stormwater best management practices. Each LID technique on page 3 of 8 of the stormwater checklist must be reviewed, and why or why not each technique could or could not be used, so stated. The stormwater narrative must include this item.
Yep, so the responses to each item, each checklist item are there. The overall answer or response is that was kind of a balancing act between trying to reduce impacts to the overall site and riverfront areas and also providing LID mitigation. So the riverfront areas won out. The LID usually takes some space to do. As we mentioned earlier, like rain gardens didn't quite work for this site just because of the slopes and the way they worked and just the limited area for internal landscaping areas. And that's kind of the same story for most of these LID practices. Reduced impervious areas, that's something we did because we have pretty much the minimum parking area that the end user needs. And minimizing disturbance to the existing trees and shrubs, we kind of covered that, but we're mainly in the developed area. And that kind of goes through, that's kind of the same idea for all the checklist items, which I can run through each one if you want, or I don't know if the written responses are adequate.
Yeah, I guess if you could just briefly touch on them.
Sure. Okay, so I'll start at the top with the disturbance to wetland resource areas. So there will be possibly a temporary disturbance to the bank while installing an outfall. So it's definitely not a permanent. We're definitely above the bank line, as we mentioned earlier. So there's really no permanent disturbance to wetland resource areas, other than the riverfront area we've been discussing. Site design practices, cluster development, that sort of thing. As we said, we kind of minimized the site layout to fit within the the developed area, while trying to minimize riverfront area disturbance. Reduced impervious area, just covered. Trees and shrubs, like I mentioned. Country drainage, this is something, I wouldn't say we have country drainage, but I did mention those two curb breaks over by the McDonald's, which, it's a small portion of the site, but I wouldn't really consider that LID in this case. So something that just doesn't really work for the site, considering the slopes. And technically, you really want to contain this water and get it to a water treatment unit, just due to the traffic on it. Bioretention cells, that's the rain gardens that we discussed. Constructed stormwater wetlands. As we discussed, the soils, they're very well drained. So they're really not conducive to having a constructed wetlands. Plus, it would just take space, which we don't have. That's the reason for having the underground infiltration basins, just to conserve space. Tree box filters, we looked into these. They really don't have a very high flow rate for this sort of application. You would need many tree filters or tree box filters, and it's just really not feasible for this sort of site. Water quality swale, we do have a grass swale behind the building, but we didn't turn it into a water quality swale, just for the reason that it's conveying runoff from an undeveloped area. So there's really no reason to treat it. And that's the same thing for the grass channel. So that's the grass channel to the south of the site. That's just taking runoff from the forest behind it.
Okay, yeah. Thanks.
Okay, welcome.
All right, we got two more here. This is a long one. The commission should carefully review Stormwater Standard 8 requirements and the information submitted for it. If one reads Volume 1, Chapter 1 of the handbook regarding Standard 8, a project proponent can prepare a single document that satisfies the SWIP requirements of the construction general permit and the construction period erosion, sediment, and pollution prevention plan requirements of Standard 8. However, some project proponents never submit a copy of the SWIP to a commission or give them an opportunity to review and approve it before it's submitted to the EPA. The commission needs to be aware of this. See note 34 on page 22 of volume 1, chapter 1. For projects subject to jurisdiction under the Wetlands Protection Act, the construction period pollution prevention and erosion and sediment control plan should ordinarily be included in the stormwater report submitted with the notice of intent. For highly complex projects where the proponent demonstrates that submission with the notice of intent is not possible, the issuing authority has the discretion to issue an order of conditions authorizing a project prior to the submission of the construction period pollution prevention and erosion and sedimentation control plan. However, any such order must provide that no work, including site preparation and land disturbance, may commence unless and until a construction period pollution prevention and erosion and sedimentation control plan that meets the requirements of Standard 8, as further elaborated by the Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook, has been approved by the issuing authority.
Okay, well, thank you for reading all of that. So We provided a soil erosion and sediment control plan, which has several features, including silt fence, straw wattles, stone construction exit, and the temporary sediment basin, which will be the sediment trap up by the McDonald's. So as I mentioned earlier, pretty much everything drains away from resource areas now and towards Route 2. So that's going to be to our advantage during construction. Protection of resource areas will be relatively easy, and everything will be treated as mentioned. We will definitely be providing or developing and providing a stormwater pollution prevention plan, and we'll be registering the site with the EPA for their general permit for construction.
And I think that's, I guess I'll just add, I know that's we've done that before. Just having that as a condition, a pre-construction condition.
Yeah, that will not be a problem to provide a SWIP prior to construction.
Okay. And then number 7, as a reminder, a logbook for the maintenance of stormwater BMPs must be kept and made available for commission or Mass DEP review upon request. This item should be discussed at the hearing, as this requirement is frequently not met by an owner.
Yep, and as stated there in the response, Appendix G of our project drainage report contains operation and maintenance logs. So we'll just make sure that the operator knows about those and fills them out and has them available for inspection. And then the comment's a good one. It is very often overlooked.
Yeah. All right.
I can opine on that one.
Sure. Go for it.
This has been in effect since 2008. I've never seen an owner do it. Never. That's literally hundreds of projects. So I've gotten to the point where I just include this so the commission is aware,
Yeah. Definitely a good reminder.
I have one question and one comment, and my question was regarding number 1 on the comment and response letter about the impacts to bank. I'm sorry, I'm confused. Can we just revisit the temporary impacts to bank, that there's 15 linear feet of temporary impacts? Or I misunderstood that earlier when I thought there were no impacts to bank. So can we just talk about that really quickly?
So to install the pipe, we have to grade down to the bank and then install stone for pipe ends, which will reduce any velocity that comes out from that pipe, so it doesn't erode the sort of area around it. So we're grading down to the bank. So in essence, we're not really impacting the bank, but I didn't want to leave it out because we are grading down to the bank and then installing stone for pipe ends. The current condition, it's pretty much rocky all the way down to the bank. I don't know if that clears things up. So I think Mark's comment was to make sure that the pipe itself is not placed. You can't put the pipe, the outfall pipe, on the bank, which we don't. It's above the bank.
Above the top of bank, above
Yeah.
meaning no high water.
Yes. Well, yes. It's above the bank by, I think, like a foot.
It's above the delineation line of bank, yes.
Yeah. Oh, and obviously we will be installing erosion controls on that area when we're sort of installing that portion of it, to avoid any sediment getting into the stream.
Okay, but just for further clarity.
That's
there's
also
no-
part of the sort of temporary impact would be the installation of the erosion controls. We will obviously try to avoid any impact, we're trying to avoid going to the bank, like down to the bank. But I didn't want to leave it out, so I included it in.
Gotcha. I
as
just want to make sure
impact.
there's no riprap on the actual bank.
Right as it stands now, there's riprap down the slope to the bank, which is the sort of first shift in observable shift in slope. And to say there's no riprap there, I can't say that definitively because some of the stuff has gotten sort of displaced over time. So there probably is some riprap on the bank itself, yes.
So
But
there's
I think it was
riprap
just-
now, but
Yeah.
you're not planning on installing riprap there.
We're putting stone for pipe ends, which is similar. There's slight difference, I think, in size and shape. Riprap, I think, is larger and more angular. Stone for pipe ends is, I think, more rounded and smaller. but it's basically always put at the end of pipes because you have to slow the velocity of anything that is coming out of that. But it's just sort of like around the pipe area, not to the bank. Not part of the bank, I should say. So the outfall pipe is not part, we're not putting it on the bank. We're not putting any component of the bank. We're staying above it. But I didn't want to be remiss and leave it out. So that's sort of like how I included it in.
Did that answer your question, Kristen?
I'm still confused, but I feel like we're kind of working in circles. So I'll just move on to my comment, which is about the wildlife habitat evaluations. So at 10.60 and 10.58, it says for alterations to undisturbed riverfront greater than 5,000 square feet that alter any portion of habitat of potential regional or statewide importance, or any alteration to certified or documented vernal pool habitat, you need to do a wildlife habitat evaluation Appendix B. We're not in that. So I just wanted to kind of answer my question earlier for the record.
That we're under the square footage requirement.
I think you're over it, but you're not in the habitat of regional, statewide importance or vernal pool habitat. So you
Okay.
don't, yeah.
Okay.
Are there any more questions from commission members right now? Right, not hearing any right now. I guess we can open this to public comments and see if anyone has any public comments. And just a reminder, since we have more people at this meeting than we usually do, the public comments would be for this project as it relates to the Wetlands Protection Act and impacts to resource areas. So are there any, if anyone does have a public comment or question, you can either like put your name in the chat and I can call on you, or you can just unmute yourself and go ahead. Right, I'm not hearing any public comments. Any public comments? Mark, I don't know if you had anything else to add. Sorry to call you out, but if you don't, that's fine.
The only thing I noticed in the stormwater report that I missed was stormwater standard 6 critical area. So the stream's a cold water fishery, which is considered a critical area. And you got that outfall right there, even though per the stormwater report, you might not get much flow out of it. So I don't know if that would change the BMPs that are proposed there. So standard 6 is the stormwater discharge in or near critical area. So a cold water fishery is a critical area. So, but I don't know if that's going to impact it because you're only allowed to use certain BMPs when you're discharging to a critical area. So I'll leave that up to the engineer to respond to that one. I'm just something that jumped out at me when I was going through the stormwater report again, that's all.
Would it be agreed, I guess, to say that the main importance for cold water fishery is to make sure that we're not sort of having warm water outfall into the stream? Because it's currently being sort of like infiltrated through several components, so it will remain cool and it'll be treated. So I'm not sure if that
you also
accommodates.
are limited to what BMPs you can use. There's a setback distance for infiltration, as I recall, 50 feet. And then, volume 1, standard 1, or excuse me, chapter 1, volume 1 of the stormwater handbook gets into the specific BMPs and the setback distances required for a cold water fishery. I don't have it off the top of my head, so, I'd have to look at it. It just jumped out at me that I missed that.
Yeah, I think the good news here is that, as you mentioned, we don't have outflow for most storms. But second, we also treated the site as a land use with a higher pollutant or potential pollutant load, which meant that we treated everything for 1 inch of rainfall instead of 1/2. So that's also part of the treatment train. In terms of BMPs, I don't have that list in front of me either. I believe, well, I shouldn't say without looking at it, but I think we're okay with that because we have the water quality unit, the infiltration unit, infiltration basin, which is more than 50 feet away. I'd have to look at the list to make sure that we're okay with the unit, but I think we are off the top of my head.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me? This is Al Norman.
Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's been very frustrating for me to listen to this. Your Zoom link is not working for me. I don't know who else couldn't get on, but I certainly couldn't get on. I also had to redial to get into this, but be that as it may, I submitted earlier today to Mitchell and to Erica a list of 18 or 19 questions. I don't expect you to go through them now, and I certainly don't want to read them to you, but I did want to point out several things, and I had a few comments that I could make briefly. One of the requirements of the local ordinance is that in the riverfront area, the commission shall presume that the riverfront area is important to all the resource area values unless demonstrated otherwise, and the applicant is supposed to show that there is no practical alternative to the proposed project. I don't know the total square footage of impervious area being added by this project, but I think the concern that I have is that there has been no discussion at all about alternatives to minimize and reduce the impact on RFA and also on the wetlands, namely reducing the scale of this project. I mean, this project is roughly 20,000 square feet of just building, and then you've got a 97 space and larger parking lot added to it. The building itself is roughly 4 times, to visualize this, 4 times the size of Applebee's restaurant. And I realize this is a standard format for this particular retailer, but they're trying to squeeze a size 9 plan into a size 2 foot. And consequently, you're having all kinds of riverfront mitigation that you have to do because you're in that 200-foot zone. I'm looking at a map that I can't show you because I'm not online with you, but I've got a 2005 map from the city of Greenfield, town of Greenfield at the time, of this property, and the 200-foot riverfront area really goes all through the property. And you, in one of the things that I submitted this afternoon around 4 o'clock, roughly, was the map that was submitted by Bowler Engineering that showed the 100-foot wetland setback and the 200-foot riverfront area lines, both converging in the middle of the building. I mean, you got the building that's significantly, several corners of the building significantly are in this 200-foot zone. So therefore, you spend most of your time this evening talking about mitigation numbers. And is it 2 to 1? And is it disturbed or is it degraded? This project is just too big. And so you have to mitigate, and the mitigation, sounds like you seriously talking about words like reforesting. I'm hearing words like full-grown mature forest may take a bit of time. I mean, this is not going to be in the All Trails book, this property. And the fact that, you should be looking for whether they have avoided, minimized, and mitigated is the third one. But failure to avoid and minimize or mitigate in a significant cumulative effects, you haven't asked them at all. What are the alternatives that you had? And why did you present no alternatives in terms of a smaller footprint, less impact? So that's just, I hope that the commission is willing to look at the points that I raised this afternoon. I apologize for it being late, but frankly, I wasn't able to see the 173 pages of documents that you all are looking at tonight on screen. And this is part of the public transparency process here. I don't know who else from the public is listening in, but I certainly didn't have the total agenda for this meeting. It wasn't, Mitchell, bless his heart, tried to make it available to me, but it's a big file. But I hope you will look at all of them and ask the applicant to respond to that. But I do think that there are parts of your ordinance that require you to look at how to minimize these kinds of impacts rather than simply find out whether they have come up with sufficient mitigation. So I'll stop there, but I do have a longer document that I hope you will look at, and I apologize for sort of barging in like this, but this is the only way I could get in was to listen on a phone and not visualize any of the overheads that you were putting up. And I really hope that final thought that the commission will consider from now on putting the full agenda on your meeting website as a link, so that anybody who sits in on these meetings can see the same things that you're seeing, see the DEP questions, all of the things that you saw, make them available as a link on your website, so people like myself don't have to go through this kind of a phone meeting. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. And again, sorry you weren't able to get into the meeting on Zoom. I know one issue with the new website design is that kind of all of our stuff got wiped out, and we used to have our agenda on our webpage, and now you have to go to the calendar, and it's a little more cumbersome to get to. But I think Mitch is planning on fixing that. But to get to your point, I wonder if the applicant could respond about an alternatives analysis.
Yeah, so Travis, this is Matt Oates. I'm with Benderson Development. We're actually the property owner, and we're the applicant for this impact, not all these. And in regards to looking at the impacts of the project and looking at alternatives, we've owned this property going on 17, 18 years already without actually any sort of successful development project. We started looking at this going back to 2006, 2007. We had a CVS, we had an additional retail building. Those impacts extended well beyond the stream. That project didn't work. The motel kind of fell into disrepair over time. At the city's request, we demolished it. We've worked overtime over the years with VHB trying to minimize the amount of area that the site has used. Aldi's was the user that we could find that would actually have the least amount of impact to the site, would reduce all the impacts to the riverfront areas, the degraded areas as much as possible, while still having a project that is economically feasible and can actually still be done in a successful way. So it isn't Aldi's looking at it in regards to what the Aldi's footprint is and what they can do from the parking lot. It was ourselves as the property owner over time reducing what we had there. We originally, going back to 2007, had multiple buildings shown on the site, looking at the full development there with the CVS and an additional retail building behind that as well. So over the years and over approximately the last 15 to 18 years, we have scaled back the amount of development we've looked at there. We've been working with VHB now for 15 years and trying to come up with a project that minimized the impacts to all the areas, allowed us to do the mitigation that we were able to do, pull the impacts as far back while still allowing for an actual successful project and redevelopment of this area. So I don't think that falls on Aldi's to have to look at any alternatives for their design, as we're the property owner and we're actually the applicant for this specific portion, because again, that's kind of how it went with the commission. And over the years, we're the ones who demolished the hotel at the city's request, and we're the ones who've looked at trying to come up with the least impactful project over time. We didn't submit all the alternatives, but I can dig into my files. We have hundreds of files and have worked with all these. And I believe we had an application, or we at least preliminary met with the city going back to 2007, 2008 on this property as well.
Mr. Chairman, can I just give a quick response?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, I think that's that I know the history there. I want to read you something. This is from a document that I received from the other landowner that's to your north, the 52-acre parcel that also has remained vacant for as long as this property has. And the agent who was handling that property that I had a conversation with in September 30th of 2006 said to me, his land, referring to Fred Schmidt, who owned the Candlelight, his land is almost useless, 6 acres in parentheses. 50% is useless. His frontage is small. It's encumbered by an easement with McDonald, et cetera. So this is, it's unfortunate that Benderson also bought the McDonald's property, which has been, much more useful to Benderson. But it's unfortunate that this parcel, which is the other part of the Motra B, I think this parcel is called, Mohawk Trail B. It's unfortunate that CVS couldn't fit in. It's unfortunate that whomever couldn't fit in, but it doesn't change the fact that this is a very small parcel that is unencumbered by riverfront and wetlands, and that's not Benderson's fault. It's not the town of Greenfield's fault. It's Mother Nature's fault, if you will. And the question has this applicant done everything possible to avoid this impact? And the commission has the ability to say, this is unacceptable impact. It's too much. I mean, mitigation is not a bank that you just apply to and get a 2-to-1 or 1-to-1 match, and replicating wetlands. We went through this with the property on the other side of town, the so-called Mackin property, the Ceruzzi property, where there was a wetlands there that they denied, vociferously. It's not a right to mitigate. It's an option that the commission has to grant. And I think that this just further puts more retail sprawl and asphalt and concrete in an area that's already pretty degraded. I would say this whole area is degraded in terms of its wetland for the resource areas here. And I don't understand why the commission wouldn't say, we commend you for trying to stick in there with this. You bought the land for $1.2 million. We appreciate the fact that assessment, by the way, has gone down. But we appreciate the fact that you've got this little piece of property that you want to figure out what to do with, but it's not acceptable that this mitigation, no matter how you break it out and rationalize it, it's not acceptable to compromise the value of the riverfront area and the wetland. And there are other places in town where there could be an Aldi's, plenty of them. So I don't think that's an acceptable answer, that historically you've tried X, Y, or Z and they didn't fit, so this one finally fit. This one doesn't fit. I mean, anybody looking at it would realize it encroaches significantly. The lines go right through the building. And it's just not, it's not, you say you moved it north. Well, you didn't move it far enough. And maybe this doesn't fit either. So I just hope the commission will consider that not an acceptable answer, and that this sort of resource destruction is not necessary, and that the reason is the scale. The scale of the project is too big, and you can deny a permit on that ground because they failed to minimize the project. The mitigation, sure, but what about avoiding and mitigating the damage to resource area values that are protected by this commission? Thank you so much.
Right, thank you for your comment.
So I will just say, in regards to the overall size and everything else, I do believe, and I can defer to more of the experts with Dorothy, that even with this project, even with the proposed impacts that are there, based on the historic use of the property, having the motel, the tennis courts, everything else that has been there, a lot of the condition of the site out there, I do believe when you look at the overall 6 acres of the entire parcel of land, it'll be in a better condition once we do the Aldi's, do the mitigation, do everything else that proposed than it is now.
Right. I just wanted to.
For what?
Sorry, I just wanted to add that we're not really supposed to be using chat to just chat a bunch of comments. So if anyone has a public comment and they want to and they want to speak instead of putting it in chat, we can do that instead. And I guess I was also wanted to add, just for clarification, because the Wetlands Protection Act is very complicated, and this project, is being done under a section called redevelopment within previously developed riverfront areas. I don't have the number off the top of my head right now, but basically it doesn't have the same requirement in the Wetlands Protection Act for an alternatives analysis that other work in riverfront area would, if it was in an area that wasn't already degraded. So that kind of works into the calculus of reviewing a project. Is there anyone else, any other public comments on this at this moment? All right, not hearing any other public comments. Going once, going twice. All right. All right, so we'll close the public comments. Are there any other questions that have come up for the commissioners at this time? Or anyone want to make a motion?
Are we waiting for the applicant to get additional information regarding the Mass Stormwater Standards number 6? Forgive me if I'm citing that incorrectly, for sensitive resource areas, or did we address that?
Can I answer that?
Please.
Yeah, I was able to look that up while we were talking, and I believe we meet that standard. I looked through the BMPs that Mark was mentioning, and we have the infiltration basin that was listed specifically, and the pretreatment by the catch basin. So we meet the standards. There's a table in the stormwater handbook that Mark was referring to, and we meet those.
Okay, so there's no setback. There's no required setback.
I didn't see the setback, but if it is 50 feet, we're well beyond 50 feet anyway.
That's not 50 feet for the outlet, though.
I was regarding just the overall infiltration basin.
Okay.
I was thinking it would be relevant to the outlet.
Well, in that case, we don't have too much choice because, as mentioned earlier, that's the outlet's at the lowest point of the site. That's pretty much the only place we can put it.
Is it that it has to be discharged to an existing waterway, or that it just needs to flow a certain distance before being discharged, that it has to go up to the bank?
Just based on the location of the site and just how everything kind of drains towards Route 2. the location we selected is the lowest point on the site on that side. So it's just based on gravity, that's where it is.
It couldn't
That's
be,
mentioned.
it couldn't discharge in a more upland, but still low section down gradient of the filtration unit, or?
There's really nothing to tie into down there except for the Route 2 system, which we're trying to avoid just because we don't want to overload that infrastructure there. So, and as mentioned, there's really no flow coming out of it for most storms.
That does rely on it being maintained though, correct?
Yes. Well, although the sediment trap, I mean, there's so many safeguards in there. Yeah, every system anywhere needs maintenance, but
sure,
this does have several components that would safeguard it.
Did you guys take a look at the culvert? Is the culvert on Robin Road? Forgive me if I'm not remembering that correctly. Is that downstream of the stormwater outlet?
Yes, it is.
Did you take a look at that culvert to see if it's undersized or correctly sized? If any new inputs would maybe create some kind of a upstream issue?
I don't
Yeah,
think the culvert's not part of our property, is it?
No, I believe it's town property, but yeah, we asked for historic information on flooding. We didn't hear of any issues. And again, there's really no flow coming out of there. So it's not really adding anything except for during the 100-year storm, which I think we have over 1 CFS coming out of the pipe. So really, it's not adding a whole lot.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, an infiltration basin would have to have 50-foot setback from the stream. And that's right out of volume 2, chapter 2, the BMP handbook. And then there are certain pre-treatments they recommend, and infiltration basins are one of them. So it sounds like they are in compliance, but I have to spend a few more minutes. They are in compliance with standard 6 based on the treatment and the setback. That's what it looks like.
Andy, it wouldn't be an issue like if the board or the commission conditioned it or just had it as a condition to provide a separate letter just after the fact stating that it complies, just so they have it in writing.
Oh yeah, it's no problem at all for us.
That way it's that you guys would then have that to just be able to verify and know. And from looking at the plans, it looks like the infiltration basin is like 65 to 70 feet away, if not a little bit more, in adding up the pipe lengths. From the outlet, it looks like.
Yeah, I agree. We're definitely more than 50 feet away with the footprint of the infiltration basin.
I guess I have a question kind of for the other commissioners. Going back to that, the mitigation site that's currently lawn. I guess I was just wondering how other commissioners felt about the area calculations that are used, and I mean, like Mark's comment, it looked like there has been some more clearing at some point more recently.
So the issue with that would be the grassy area would need to be 2 to 1 rather than 1 to 1 if indeed it was cleared before or after 1996, or is that not? I'm just trying to get that part straight.
Yeah, the mitigation area needs to be 2 to 1 anyway, because it's not, unless it's in a degraded area, and that's not a degraded area. Mm-hmm. So, but then it's how much of that area, if let's say half of it was trees, what is the date prior to 1996 or whatever. And then, you know, they cut down the trees after that, then the half that where the trees got cut down shouldn't count as a restoration anyway, because that was essentially Mark's comment.
And so that area is like 15 to 17,000 square feet, I think, maybe roughly.
I think
So
we
if it-
said that area was 22,582 square feet, but proposed restored degraded is already 15,141. So we already meet the 1-to-1 ratio of degraded and then the 22,000 of previously developed or disturbed, which is that area, is in excess. And even if you said sort of like, I guess only half of that was, you know, I guess cleared prior to 1996, that portion would still be at a 1-to-1 ratio, but we still accommodate the initial degraded restoration of a 1-to-1 ratio. But then if you run out of degraded, Mark was saying that you now have to run at a 2-to-1 ratio. But our degraded restoration already accommodates the initial mitigation that we're required, which is the 11,000 square feet. And we're mitigating 15,000 square feet. So we actually accommodate the 1-to-1 ratio of degraded, and then that area is disturbed and been cleared. So we're replanting it, we're restoring it anyways.
Travis, did you want to keep digging there, or
No, I
just
just
had a-
wanted to bring it up again.
got it? Yeah, I would, in full honesty, I've still yet to make total sense of the math on the
The
chart.
numbers.
So
Yeah.
I should also
But,
note that we're actually restoring more degraded than 15,000 because there is a portion that we didn't actually check for degraded last summer, Travis, when you were out there with Jean, that we counted as disturbed, but it's actually degraded and we are restoring it. So we're actually going over the 15,000 that we have in that chart of restored degraded. So there's even more degraded area that we are restoring as part of the project. And
so
we're
Dorothy,
also
if
restoring
sorry,
excess sort of disturbed areas.
so Dorothy, if the half of that 22,000 square feet can't be counted towards degraded area, you're still over the mitigation totals. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what Mark was saying is that once you run out of degraded area has to be restored at a 1-to-1 ratio. And then once you don't have any more degraded area to restore, you sort of
2-to-1,
default to a 2-to-1 ratio of previously disturbed developed area. But our initial sort of restoration portion, of degraded area is 15,000. We're only required to mitigate for I think it was like 11,000. So we're already over that 1-to-1 ratio of degraded mitigation versus what we're required to mitigate for. And then we're going over that in 22, which is like a 2-to-1 ratio. So we're sort of
Okay.
we
But-
have an
but just so-
excess for this reason.
Right, I'm just asking if
Sort
the
of.
excess, if 11,000 square feet was not counted as degraded, so minus that from the degraded totals, would you
So if
still
we
be
were just
over?
if we were just basing on what we're restoring for disturbed, we'd be at like a 1 to maybe 1.5 ratio, I think is what Amanda said. But we've already accommodated the initial 1-to-1 ratio required of restored degraded.
I think it makes sense. Complicated, but so
I just had so I remember when we first, was it Greg from VHB who first, I forget the name of the original consultant.
It was
Oh,
Jean Couch.
Jean.
Jean,
Yeah.
excuse me. Yeah, so I do remember Jean saying something about an alternatives analysis, but I don't think it was something that had been formally done, but he did have a comment on it. I didn't know if anybody recalled what it was. And also if, part of the alternatives analysis, like Mr. Norman said, is looking at alternative sites. And of course, there's an economic consideration in there. But it does still ask that you look at alternative sites. And I'm, having trouble comparing the two sections. As Travis said, some of it's redevelopment. Under the
Both sites
redevelopment.
redevelopment. So
I'm
under
sorry?
redevelopment, you
Oh.
don't need an alternatives analysis, period.
Got it.
So
Okay,
the alternatives analysis under new development equals the improvement, restoration, mitigation under redevelopment. That's how
Got
you look at the two. So the only time you need the alternatives analysis besides for wetlands is for new riverfront development.
got it.
This
Okay.
isn't-
Thank you for clarifying that, Mark. And that is what Jean was trying to explain at the last meeting. I was in attendance with Jean, and that was the whole discussion previously, whether this qualified as redevelopment. And he explained that it did, and that was why we didn't need to do the alternatives analysis.
Okay. And not to misquote Al, I think he was also making a point about our ordinance and the implications there, but I just wanted to clarify the WPA itself.
I just want to point out that it is 8:30. We have some more things on our agenda. Not trying to rush anything, but yeah, I mean, at this point, basically our options are, if we think we need more information, we can ask the applicants if they would be willing to continue this to the next meeting, or we can close the public hearing. And if we close the public hearing, we could also vote, we could motion to issue an order of conditions, or we could wait, technically we could wait until our next meeting to do the order of conditions too. Because they have to be within 21 days and our next meeting is in 14 days.
A motion to approve the order of conditions for 208 Mohawk Trail.
I think first we need to close the motion to
Motion to
public
close the
hearing.
public hearing.
All right, a motion to close the public hearing by Rachel. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Fletcher beat you to it, Erica, so it's seconded. All right, I'll just do a roll call vote here again. Rachel,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Kristen,
Sorry, I'm just like quickly going through all the stormwater stuff for redevelopment. I think that it meets everything. So
okay, Fletcher.
Aye.
All right, I'm also an aye. All right, so that public hearing for the EP number is that the right one? 1680354 is closed. Rachel, did you also want to motion to issue an order of conditions, or?
I just have there's discussion. I think that if there's any special conditions that we want to add to this, now is the time to discuss that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we could motion to issue it and then talk about special conditions and then vote to add those special conditions and issue it that way.
Okay, I'll motion to accept it or to issue an order of conditions for 208 Mohawk Trail then.
Can I just pull up the interest of the act that we can select?
Sure. So there was a motion to issue order of conditions. Was there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, Erica seconded that. And then is there discussion on that motion? Sorry, Mitch, what were you asking to?
Just part of the findings for the vote would be to select which interest of the act.
Mhm. So yeah, this is saying following the review of the above referenced notice of intent and based on the information provided in this application and presented at the public hearing, this commission finds that the areas in which work is proposed is significant to the following interests of the Wetlands Protection Act. Check all that apply. I think all of them that are checked there.
Do we
Is
have
that-
any freshwater mussels in that perennial stream? That would be,
Hmm.
that's the only thing I could think of.
Hmm.
It's not checked, but looks good.
Are there, I think one special condition that we said was just to have a SWIP submitted to us prior to construction. Does that sound reasonable to everyone else? I think, Mitch, does our boilerplate conditions contain a condition about maintaining like a BMP logbook as is required anyway?
I don't think so. Let me do a quick search.
BMP maintenance, operation maintenance logbook.
Quick question on just for the Massachusetts regulations for that. Is that required to be on site or just maintained to then provide if the city or the DEP requested it? Just, I don't know if, does it have to be like in the Aldi store? Or do we just keep it in our files and then provide it, just out of curiosity for that specific regulation?
Well, the safest place is keep it on site somewhere.
Yep, okay.
I don't see a condition for that, Travis.
Well, that would be a good condition to have too. Are there any other special conditions anyone had for that?
It sounds like we already discussed it, but do we want to just make a condition that any plantings, particularly for the mitigation area, would adhere to native species native to our county per Dalclina or some other publication that makes sense?
I think we
And-
do. I think in our standard conditions, it does say that
Okay.
plantings would be native. And any seed mixes would be native seed mixes and native plantings.
Perfect.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. All right, should
No,
we? Go
I was
ahead.
going to ask if, as part of the follow-up in the sort of 2-year monitoring of the mitigation area, would it be monitored in the sense of sort of managing if there's invasives, for example, out competing some of the plants that have been planted? Would those be managed as part of the maintenance of that area? Or
I guess, is that a question for the applicant if that was part of the
yeah,
plan?
sorry. Yeah.
I don't know if yeah, Dorothy, you want to go?
Um,
Am I allowed to speak at this point since we've closed the hearing? I'm just not sure.
I mean, if he's asking you a question,
I would say if
think so.
you want as part of your condition, the monitoring for the 2 years to include invasive, is that you're asking if it includes, or do you want it to include invasive
I
removal?
was asking if it already did, if it was part of some BMP that existed for sort of.
I mean, off the top of my head, it doesn't. I mean, off the top of my head, I'm not sure, but
Okay.
if it's something that you guys would like to condition, removing any invasives that sort of pop up in that area in the 2 years that we monitored, I'm sure that we could accommodate that. I would defer to Matt if he's.
We can do that. That's kind of the same as the Army Corps wetland mitigation regulations for your monitoring. You got to go through and take out all your invasives and everything else. You can't let them take over. So yeah, that's completely fine. We have no problem with that.
I mean, we're gonna have 2 years of mitigation monitoring, so I imagine there's going to be an invasive species reporting component. I would think that there would be maybe like a corrective plan of action if there was a significant colonization of invasive species that you would submit at that point, right?
Yes, I mean, generally what we've had is we've had our consultants go through, and as they go through the site, they remove all of them. Really, they haven't necessarily gone out there and like done a report and said, this is what we found and here's what we're going to do. As they kind of go out there, they're just doing it. They're pulling out the invasives. They're trying to get it done as quickly as they can. But yeah, we can do that and provide a report as well, basically as what was done. Because yeah, we definitely shouldn't let any invasives or non-native species take over anything like that, and get it out as quickly as possible to let everything that's planted take over and survive and have the best chance. So we're fine with any condition in regards to monitoring and how often you would want it done, and reports. If you want it done once a year or twice a year, I don't know if there are specific regulations associated with that or not.
We have this condition already: continued monitoring and management of non-native and/or invasive plant species.
So we could do that and then provide a report to the city like once a year, and do that to kind of show that we're meeting that condition for the first 2 years.
I think that'd be good.
Sure.
All right, any other special conditions, or should we vote on the motion? Okay, so the special conditions I have written down that we discussed was SWIP prior to construction, ongoing maintenance of BMP operation and maintenance logbook, and invasive removal during the 2-year mitigation monitoring period, and a report on invasives once per year.
I think maybe that
Is
last one could just be the general health, or sort of the general status of the
Oh,
restoration,
report
rather
on
than
status.
just the invasives.
I see, I see.
But, yeah.
Erica, did you have something?
yeah, is an as-built, is that part of our boilerplate, or is that something we've been adding to special conditions?
That was boilerplate.
Is it? Okay.
Okay, any other discussion on the special conditions? All right, so we can vote on that motion for issuing the order of conditions. I'll do a roll call vote. Rachel? Oh, Rachel, I see you saying aye, but you're muted.
Aye.
Okay, Erica?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
Fletcher?
Aye.
All right, and I'm also an aye, so All right, so that is that for that project at this meeting. Thank you, everybody, for presenting, and
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your night.
Mitch,
Thanks. Have a
Mitch
great
will be
night.
in touch with all the paperwork.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Okay, so next on our agenda, we have a continued public hearing for the notice of intent, building addition and parking area construction at 15 Greenfield Street, map R05, lot 28C, DEP file number 1680353. And on our agenda, it says the proposed project is for construction of an addition, which will connect the two existing on-site buildings, the construction of a new parking area, the expansion of the existing parking area, the construction of a mitigation area, and appurtenances. I'm not even sure what that word means. A portion of the work is proposed within the wetland system located between the two existing buildings. All right, and do we have who would like to present for this project? You could introduce yourselves.
Sure. I'd be glad to. My name is Tom Hogan. I'm a civil engineer with Wright Pierce. And with me this evening are Mr. Steve Capshaw, president and owner of Valley Precision Parts Corporation, Mr. Chuck Karen of Karen Environmental, and Mr. Larry Rizicki, project manager with Wright Pierce. And good evening, everybody. And last week we went first, and it was long, so I can appreciate all the thoroughness, and thank you again for having us back. Last week we had long discussions about the elements of the applications in the plans, and we discussed a lot. And I think the commission was going to ask Ward Smith to look at the mitigation area. And I didn't have conversations. I did receive a message from Mitch noting maybe some difficulty in having that. So perhaps best if, or maybe the commission knows the disposition of that, or Mitch could let us
Yeah,
know.
he stated there was a conflict of interest because he worked on projects that went before the commission in the last year.
I see. Yep.
And
Mitch, oh, sorry, go ahead, Travis.
sorry, but before we get too far into this, just want to point out for the record that Rachel left before the end of the public hearing, and I was absent from the last meeting, but both of us have watched the entire recording of Rachel, the part that she missed. We watched the recordings of the meeting, and we filled out a certification that we had done so for the Mullen rule, so that we can participate in this public hearing as we go forward. So just wanted to point that out for the record.
Sure. Well, I believe at the last hearing we had covered the entire site, and I believe we talked about
Tom, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just, Mitch, you had reached out to a number of consultants, is that right?
Yeah, probably about a dozen.
Okay, and so is there any status or just no?
Some no's, some we don't have any quotes yet.
Okay.
So we'd have to wait on that. I figured we could continue the discussion, and if we were able to reach a conclusion, then we wouldn't need the peer review.
Got it.
And I wonder if, I don't know if it makes sense for the applicant, or I can try to find a plan just to remind everyone of the project and anyone who wasn't at the previous hearing. Does anyone have a copy of the plan handy? Oh, here we go. I'm going to share this. Is that, hold on, I think that's blurry. Okay. So I wanted to add that this morning, Eric Torog, the city's Director of Planning, asked me to invite Mark Stinson here, specifically to, he asked about the comment, the DEP comment from Mark about an ecological restoration limited project and how that would apply. So I don't know, maybe it makes sense to just start with that and see where that takes us.
Yeah.
So
I'm not sure if you're asking Mark to comment.
yeah,
or
so
if we've
Mark, I don't know if you
responded.
I don't know if there's anything to clarify, or if you feel there's nothing to clarify, that's fine too.
Well, I'd
can't-
rather hear specific questions than just jump in.
Okay,
I think Chuck had responded to that at the end of the meeting. So maybe start with that.
Well,
response.
we went over that in detail with the commission last week. The question, Mark, that I had on your suggestion to use the Ecological Restoration Limited project. My concern with that was that provision specifically says that the primary purpose of the project has to be ecological restoration, which clearly isn't the case here. Even though I think, given the conditions on the site and what we're proposing, I think we would meet that it would be an ecological restoration. But as far as the ecological restoration limited project, I thought it had to be the primary purpose.
Well, I was talking with Travis today, and I said, here's an example. Person owns land on either side of the stream, and they want to cross the stream to put a house up, put a subdivision up. There's already an existing crossing, but to get to the other side, they've got to improve it. So theoretically, they could submit the upgrade as upgraded stream crossing as an ecological restoration limited project. They wouldn't have to. I mean, it's not quite the same analogy, but you know, the project is to get to the other side, and the upgraded culvert is part of that work. You know, I don't see. Let me give you an example. I've only seen 2 of these type projects, I think, in 15 years. And one was for a project down in Southwick where they wanted to daylight a stream and then move it because they wanted to put a CVS in. I mean, the primary purpose of the project was a CVS, but they also daylighted the stream and moved it at the same time. So, you know, we didn't really have a problem with, you know, with the daylighting and the upgrade and the moving of the stream being done in conjunction with the construction of a drugstore.
Okay.
You know, I did review this question with some of the other analysts. Dave Follis, you know, Dave, their Chuck.
Yep.
And, you know, we kind of agreed that, you know, the only way we saw this could be permittable is based on what I wrote in my comment number 3 there about the bank performance standards.
Right. Well, I guess, you know, our position is we're complying with the bank performance standards. I think the one that everyone might be hung up on is the existing channel question. I think your comment said that we had to maintain the existing channel carrying capacity within the, basically in the same location in the channel.
Well, that's what the regulation says.
Well, that's not the way I read it. To be
Well,
honest.
that's the way the department reads it.
I think we have to maintain the capacity that the existing channel has. It doesn't say it has to be with, that maintained capacity has to be within the existing.
Well, it does say existing. Let me put it this way. You have your interpretation and I'm telling you what Mass DEP has the interpretation. So if something comes to us on appeal, guess which interpretation is going to be listened to?
I guess I just want to add that when I wasn't here at the last meeting, but I did hear the discussion about the existing channel and everything. And I interpreted it the same way as DEP because my assumption when this was written, performance standard for altering a bank, I don't think that, if you read what the performance standards are, physical stability, water quality, breeding habitat, it sounds more like someone doing a project where you're just altering a bank and not moving it. And if you're just altering the bank, then you want to maintain that water carrying capacity of the existing channel as you're altering the bank. So that was how I interpreted it
In
too.
proposing to move a stream, again, this is only the third notice of intent I've looked at in actually 17 years where a stream has been proposed to be moved. Typically, Travis is right. You're putting a culvert in, you're doing some bank stabilization, something like that on the existing stream channel. So my comment 7, I was, in consultation with other analysts and my supervisor, we tried to come up with a potential permitting pathway for doing what you want to do.
Would we, if we follow that path, because I see Chuck's point, number 3, Mark, did you have the performance standard up there? Was that your screen or was that somebody else's?
Oh, sorry, that was mine.
That was Travis.
Okay.
I was getting an aerial up. I was trying to do that.
Because what we're interested in is coming up with a pathway that everyone is comfortable with, and we're going to do that. We, Travis, were you able to put up that?
Yeah, let me get that back for you.
Because really what it says is, if you can scroll up just a little, right there, if you stop there, oops.
Oh.
So what it talks about is, where a proposed activities including removing, filling, dredging, or altering of a bank, then it talks about it's significant. We don't dispute that. You could overcome that presumption. We're not here to do that. But then if it's going to be allowed, it must be allowed in accordance with these standards. But it says that activities could include removing, filling, dredging, or altering the bank. And number 2, 4A2 could say, instead of the water carrying capacity of the existing channel, it could just say the existing channel. So that's kind of where we were. And I know Chuck has some other experience where the interpretation was consistent with what he has presented in good faith. But again, I think the applicant is would like to conduct permitting here with your commission and DEP in a way that you're comfortable with. And if you believe that we could do it in that fashion, I don't think that we would object to that.
All right. I just wanted to, I don't know if this is relevant or not, but I just wanted to share I was working on this while I and I had to get that up again. There was a discussion last time looking at imagery of the site.
where it was a reference to the site.
Right.
Yeah, and I also wanted to share, so this is from before, oh, this is from before the most recent building was built.
Right.
And I mean, I believe the channel would be right here
Yep, that's
and
right.
then ending there. So, I mean, I kind of feel like the last project really, I mean, I wasn't on the commission then, but it really seems like it might have, you know, it got pretty close to that to that stream. It seems like it was a lot better quality stream probably before the last project. I wasn't on site, so I don't know for sure, but just looking at the aerials.
Can I speak to a couple things? We were right up against that stream. We had 25 feet back, we were right up against it. And that stream is not natural. That stream was built in the 80s. It is as clear as day. It was dug in the 80s and it was dug up to a deep, deep ditch that is perfectly perpendicular to it and runs across the back of the property, across the blue line in the back. Unnatural banks on both sides. They carry almost no water. Outside of spring, there's almost no water running through the thing. On the worst spring day, there might be an inch. It is the most unnatural thing you've ever seen. And you can see that it was largely, it started getting more and more water as the berm in the back, or where it reaches the back of the property line happened. That there was some talk last time, and if I understand it, I don't understand a lot going on in this. There was talk about whether it was natural or not. It is undoubtedly not natural.
And I think if I could just show last time you were looking at the aerials and they were quite zoomed in, and so it was kind of hard to tell. But if you zoom out a bit and you know, you can see these buildings down here, so you can see where the stream was in 1971 right there, or even I think even 1966.
That's now the forested part up there. Yeah.
So that is where the stream was there. So it was really
Right, like I think
right where the building was.
I think the way I've described that is it's really hard to tell if that's where the stream was historically, and it's been just heavily disturbed in place, or if it's been shifted around as the site was developed. I wouldn't hazard a guess of which of those two it is.
That's not in the same spot. That goes through our building.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, it does seem very possible that it was that someone did try to channel it into that sort of west to east, east to west straight channel there, but that it broke through, trying to resume its sort of natural flow.
Look at the 61 here, Travis.
But when that happened, you know.
Yeah, and then even if you go back to 58, you can't. It's just like a field.
Yeah, it was all agriculture.
It's funny, it doesn't still, you know, there, I was gonna say the 58, it's funny, it didn't show up because usually even in a field you could tell, but you can in the 61.
Well, you can kind of see below that. Yeah, you can see the flow there. It looks like it's maybe even a little wet up in the northern part there. You can kind of see where I don't know if it's the water table or
where it wanted to be a wetland.
Yeah, yeah, where it was a wetland before it became field.
Yeah, and then back to wetland. So anyway, I just wanted to, that was something I noticed when I went to look at the aerials, and I zoomed out so you could see these other buildings, and then it made it a little easier to orient to where that was. So I wanted to share that. But I think
if I go ahead, I think the crux of where we are is what if we go the ecological restoration route, is there anything else that anything else that the commission or the department thinks we need to present differently as in terms of the mitigation or analysis of that? Or are we really just at the point where we just need to say it's a limited project under 10.534?
There is no limited project for it. I mean, not that I know, unless you can come up with something, but my comment number 7 kind of explained the pathway, what we're looking for an ecological restoration limited project.
It
Can you
says,
put that back up, Travis?
yep, I got that here.
Remember off.
I'll just read it. It may be that the proposed work is not permittable under the submitted regulatory pathway. The applicant might review the requirements of submitting the work as an ecological restoration limited project. If that pathway is chosen, the applicant would need to prove that the work will restore the hydrological connection to the downstream ecosystem, restoring the functions and values of the stream and wetlands as they existed prior to the likely unpermitted anthropogenic activity to the maximum extent practicable. And I
Well, it
do
seems-
have,
Yep.
I do have some like specific comments about like the like plan for the restoration area for the stream, the bank, and the wetlands. And I guess I personally, the last project that had any, or a project that we did recently that had like significant wetland replication, we had, you know, we wanted to make sure that the water table in that specific location where the wetland replication would be high enough that it would function as a wetland. And so we had test pits dug to make sure that, you know, there would be like a hydrological connection to the groundwater. And I know there was a discussion of test pits on the last meeting, but I didn't see any for like the restoration area. I didn't see any like on the plan. I don't know if you did that or.
I think Chuck had tested, you know, some of the soils areas. We didn't dig deep behind the building for that purpose. More for the purpose is we were keeping the restoration work at about the same elevation and as near as possible to where the impact of the wetlands themselves would be. The wetlands impact, I think, was about 555 square feet, and we're replacing at 2.28 to 1 on that. The bank themselves, we've modeled that to ensure that the first part that the flow rates are going to the same exact spot in the same exact but in the same fashion that they are now. I mean, we simply routed around the building similar to what was initially endeavored, but they tie into the drainage point exactly as they would pass today. So that's how we looked at that.
I actually have a similar question, or maybe like a further clarification. I was thinking about this after our last meeting, and if the current wetland was constructed as a drainage ditch and functions as a wetland now and has a outlet at the end of it, so it which then goes underground, and the proposed wetland that would be constructed, can you use the word restore hydrologic connection? Like, I was thinking about that comment afterwards, and I'm wondering about like what that, like, what's the quality or the criteria for restoring hydrologic connections when you're working with something that's originally was a built irrigation ditch that has a built drainage system that it exits out of. And so, I mean, to me, like restoring the hydraulic collection would be like revisiting the entire system of drainage in the industrial park and trying to figure out where all of that outflow is, zooming way out in the landscape in terms of looking at a restoration of a hydrologic connection rather than I'm just not sure how you would comply with that and what that would look like in this case.
The initial part, and that's a great point. I'm glad you brought it up. We, even though we're having an impact, we tried to keep the idea of the location of the wetlands and the restoration work and the drainage work. We tried to keep things flowing, flow rate and volume post to the same location. And by keeping the bank as the restorative work as close as possible to the existing one, we feel that's the proper way to handle an impact if you're going to make one and if you're going to mitigate. Pertaining to the ecologic elements, Chuck may be able to add a little bit there.
Yeah, I think the ecological elements are really what we're able to improve upon the most here. The connection between this wetland system and the downstream wetland system where it used to go to is so broken up. You might be able to. I think we're in the position of trying to maintain the hydrologic flow where it's going, but there's no way to restore that all the way through, a developed site through the wide subdivision road, and I don't know what is happening on the other side of the road that might be impairing things further downstream. So, basically we're maintaining what hydrologic connection there is now by routing this around and then discharging the same amount of flow at the exact same point that it's going to now. While we're improving a lot of the habitat features and I think water, groundwater and surface water quality protection and things.
Right now it exits out of a pipe halfway up our property in the middle of our yard and then goes all over the place.
Yeah, it looks like it then culverts under the road in front of the property where it seems to be eroding the landscaping there. But
it always has. We've put in that rock. It goes where it wants to. And it definitely doesn't follow that.
I mean, we're seeing this thing trying to restore its hydrologic connection, I think, at the moment, where it wants to go to Fall Brook before it exits to Fall River, which then exits to the Connecticut.
Right.
So, but Rachel, I definitely see your point about language and would be interested in how, I guess, what the spirit of that language is. I mean, seems pretty straightforward, but at the same time,
well, I think that the key thing in Mark's comment was that restore to the extent practical. There are some practical limitations here that we're constrained by.
So, I guess in that frame, to me, the more of the hydrologic connection itself that infiltrates into the soil and then eventually makes its way, quote unquote, naturally to the down gradient spot it wants to go would be better. And so that's some of the questions that Travis had, I had about the sort of looking at the proposed site and the BVW and whether it's sustainable, whether it would take, quote unquote, take in that area with that route and stuff, or
I guess we could look at the groundwater conditions there a little more.
Right, because the
basically
alternative,
this is a little bit different situation than a lot of replications because we're rerouting the stream over to there, changing the, basically changing the hydrology of an upland area to wetland hydrology because the stream's going there now.
Yeah, so that'll change the groundwater. So. Yeah.
And
oh, sorry, Fletcher. I was going to say one of the things I was looking at is I was thinking is unfortunate that there's like a channel over here that also crosses under the road and connects, I think, about the same place that this does, but it's on the neighboring property. And it's not like a natural looking channel anyway, but you know, if that was on their property and it flowed that way and into that channel and down, then the entire thing would be daylighted. But that's not even their property.
It's something we could look into, I suppose. If that would make the
Well,
commission comfortable.
Yeah,
Then you would be a stream daylighting project, which is one of the limited project categories.
Is that on the next property or is that on an easement? I can't tell from the lines I'm looking at right now.
Well, I guess I don't know for sure. There's this
think
dotted
Tom-
line.
That's on the next property.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my concern and what I was trying to get at last time, aside from the bank language and just the wetland as it's proposed, the mitigations as it's proposed, is like, I was concerned it's going to become just a drainage ditch to the catch basins underneath and not really provide that, you know, just given some unknown underlying, whether it be water table, soils.
I mean, that's
flows,
not
stuff
our
like that.
intention. Our intention is not to have it end up as a drainage ditch.
No, I'm not saying your
Um,
intention is that was
Right,
just
no,
part of
no,
the
I'm
extra
just thinking
information.
we've got the monitoring period during which we have to meet that standard, and if it isn't meeting it, then we have to come up with you know, corrective measures to make it work.
Another question, this kind of goes along with that I had, is where the existing channel is. I know this plan shows these contour lines, which I'm sure aren't a fine enough resolution to tell what the angle of that bank is. But that was another question I had was, you know, it kind of looks like let me scroll down a little. It kind of looks like the proposed new stream area. I don't know, to me it just kind of seemed like the banks were gonna be kind of steep, and I was wondering if those would actually have the same wildlife habitat value and things like that a stream that has been kind of like cutting in naturally, and I'm assuming doesn't have
Yeah, the existing
banks like that.
No, the existing stream doesn't really have very well-defined bank, and I think what I expect would happen is we're going to end up with a little meandering channel like the existing stream wandering through our broader man-made channel. I don't think the steepness of banks is going to hurt. I mean, actually, you know, sometimes you get better habitat with steep banks because it's easy for things to burrow into and provides more cover sometimes.
Yeah, and then I guess the other thing for me was, these are all just the things I didn't get to say last time because I wasn't here last time, was, you know, if that little bitty stream is going to be like 2 feet below, and then the wetland area is like 2 feet higher than the where the water is in here, I don't know, to me it seems like that's.
Can we go back to the site plan?
Sure, yeah, I'll go back.
I'm just curious about.
Or actually the grading plan.
Or this one, is this a good one?
There we go.
Yeah. You know, so that's go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I would say that's. I can't say that that's a bad point, Travis. It might be, you know, if we could cut that back edge down a foot lower, it's not going to affect the stream restoration, but would lower that area closer to basically the water level in the stream.
Yeah, because I'm also a little concerned about, like, you know, there's that hill there going up, and then there's that channel with the BVW. So it kind of seems like there's not going to be really much flow coming down.
It would have to overflow that channel to.
It will either overflow the channel or the little bit that's, you know, coming from the top of this hill, like sheet flow.
Yeah, but that channel isn't going to be intercepting groundwater any higher than, it looks like about 305, which is about the same level we're at.
Hmm.
I was,
Oh,
I guess
yeah,
I was talking more about
305.
sheet flow, but,
Well, I don't think we're gonna get surface flow.
No,
But
you'll have a
uh,
But as
hillside.
far as supporting a vegetated wetland, I'm more concerned about the groundwater level.
Hmm.
And it doesn't look like that ditch up the top of the hill is gonna intercept groundwater lower than the elevation where we're working at.
Yeah, I guess I see that it does say 305 looks like there's a
305.
little bit of 304 there, I think. That just doesn't have the number. And then
Yeah,
I
I
guess,
don't know, Travis, you did see reviewed it. but
yeah, I watched.
We
I
talked
watched
about,
that
it'd be
whole
nice
meeting.
if we could do all of this using that.
Yeah, using that channel.
That gets complicated because then we're
Yeah.
potentially altering more resource area to do it.
Yeah, I think the only other comment I had on this specific part was just the stone check dam, and I guess I was wondering why you felt that needed to be there, because it kind of makes it feel a lot less like a restored channel and more like a BMP or something.
it's gonna break right through, I would think.
Well, I mean, it might not get that much flow to break it through, but yeah.
Well, the intent of that was we were also having our outflow from the expanded parking area to the north, which will outflow to the west of the check dam that we're talking about. You know, so during larger storm events, we'll have some stormwater exiting that infiltration system and then going down towards the check dam and forebay. We were thinking more of maintenance, you know, having the leaves and, you know, natural terrain up gradient coming down. At least we could have almost like a forebay where that could be periodically maintained, and then more of the natural features be within the stream restoration area. So that was the intent.
Just make sure to clarify for people. There's not flow coming out of those infiltration basins except in some infrequent storm. I don't remember what.
That is correct. Yeah.
It's not going to happen all the time.
For the smaller storms, no.
What was the 24-hour precipitation that would trigger an outflow there? Does anybody remember?
I'd have to look. I don't have it off the top of my head.
I was curious.
Oh, actually, I did have one other question, which was about the drain at the end of the channel. Is that gonna need to be maintained, and how would that be maintained? Like if it gets clogged or something? The under drain?
Well, the under drain will be tied into a catch basin structure. So there will be a deep sump catch basin with hood. That'll be your outlet control, pretty much where the stream goes inflows and then to the closed drainage system.
I see. So the catch basin would catch whatever doesn't go into the under drain.
That is correct. Yeah.
What's the elevation of that? Is that 300.17? Is that the elevation of the drain itself?
I think it's on a 305 count.
The under drain or the catch basin?
The catch basin.
The rim will be set at 300.17. So you could see the 303, 302, 301 contours. And then there is to the left, the 301 kind of ties back in where the bend in the channel is. Yeah. So it's a gentle slope from west to east. And then it can flow into the catch basin.
And what's the elevation of the current catch basin that's at the downstream side of the existing wetland?
It's my understanding that's just a,
No, it's, I don't know if you could zoom in more, Travis.
yeah,
That's as far, is it this 299?
that is correct. 299.5 is that rim.
Just slightly high, less 0.6 feet higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like an interesting puzzle, just because you, like, if it's a stream channel relocation, water still needs to flow, but if you do too good a job of draining it, it's not going to replicate itself as a wetland. So it seems like the channel that's there, it, you know, from, I think I said this at the last meeting, from my experience, like the channels there, we went and looked at the one across on the other property as well with Ward and Bellatrell last time. And that one has been mowed consistently. So it's not, didn't appear as a wetland. It's really interesting to think of these like sort of not like unintended resource areas, like things that become resource areas, is like a wonderful thing that this was abandoned and now it's this really valuable wetland, and now how do we replicate this accident in a much better way, because it's an unintended wetland that's filled with invasives, as was most of the property when we were over there. And I believe there was even a problem, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this was a project where there was Japanese knotweed that was appeared after the construction to the east of the new building as well, and then required like subsequent remediation. So it's like it's just an interesting, like I wonder, like, how confident can you be that at the elevation that drainage is set, that it strikes that right balance of allowing the water to drain so that the stream, the overall hydrology maintains its connection, but that it's not overly drained, because you're never going to replicate a wetland in an overly drained ditch.
Well, right. I mean, basically, we are maintaining the same amount of flow, the same frequency, you know, not altering the duration or frequency of flow. And we're really on these till soils there that all, you know, throughout that area have similar characteristics. So if we were going from relocating this stream from an area that was on glacial till to an area that was, you know, outwash sand and gravel, I'd be very concerned that we're going to basically lose the water that was in the stream. In this case, we're just continuing along on, you know, similar or exact same soil conditions.
And one thing, if I could just note too, is, you know, the proposed elevations of our replication area will be defined as far as grades and contour elevations, but during the you know, the observation period, the proposed catch basin will be set on bricks, a few tenths higher than or a few courses higher than the actual precast concrete structure. So within reason, we could add a brick, remove a brick, and find that fine balance of almost you know, having periodic observations of the water levels within that channel. So to remove, you know, the cast iron frame and grate, and adding a brick to actually raise the level in the stream or lower it is feasible.
Yeah, I was going to point out the 2-year monitoring period that, you know, we could make sure that works, I guess.
And, you know, that outlet is pretty much matching what's there today. A catch basin structure.
So moving forward, I guess if the commission, I don't want to speak for everyone, but if the commission felt that the ecological restoration limited project was the only way for this to be permitted, then either the applicant would need to withdraw the NOI or we would have to deny.
I think we could
Another
just,
project?
we could just amend the filing.
Amend it?
Just
You
to
don't have
say-
to withdraw it.
Okay, yeah. Amend it. All right.
Yep.
This is why I say these things out loud.
And it's
so
not like
people-
a formal amended order of conditions either, since there's no order of conditions yet. We just get, basically give you revised information, change the
Okay, yeah,
the NOI form to reference the limited project and things.
that sounds good. It's been a long night so far, so.
I'm glad I'm not in your shoes tonight.
Yeah. I think the other people on the commission agree with that too. All right, so do we want to continue this to our next meeting then? And then I'm not sure how long I'm not sure how long that process takes.
Well, it's not a formal process. It's just like you'd accept any new information during a hearing process.
Okay, yeah. I think we just haven't had a stream being moved, and we haven't had a project that was amending the type of NOI in a long time. So,
Well, as Mark said, he's seen 3 in 17
Yeah.
years, and I think I've been doing this for 37 years now, and this is maybe the 3rd or 4th project like this I've been involved with, so it doesn't happen very often.
all right, so I guess is the applicant amenable to continuing this to the next meeting to,
When's the next meeting?
it'll be, let me get my calendar here. It's March 14th. We have meetings the 2nd and 4th Tuesday of the month. So March 14th will be the next one.
Yeah, we can get that paperwork to you.
Do you foresee that
shortly.
if we do this paperwork, that we might get a yes that day? Or is it gonna go longer?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, you know, it depends on the review of the project, and I don't know. It sounded like maybe there were going to be some slight changes with the elevations or something, or I don't know.
Can anyone speak that's had experience speak to the sort of the timeline of this NOI along with the eco restoration limited project and how one affects the other, I guess?
Yeah, I had questions about that too. From what I know about ecological restoration limited projects, aren't there some things you have to get done before the filing goes through? I don't know. Travis, can you refresh our memories on this? Or Mitch or Mark?
Ecological Restoration Limited Project for something like this is basically just 2 additional steps. One is there's an Appendix A that needs to be completed, which is basically justifying that the project should qualify as an Ecological Restoration Limited Project. And the second is it just needs to be published in the Environmental Monitor. That's all. Nothing else, not for this.
That's exactly what I was trying to remember. Yeah, thank you, Mark.
I think there's another monitor coming out maybe next week, so they just need to get the posting in. It doesn't cost anything, just send it to MEPA. And then just fill out that Appendix A.
And Mark, do you know off the top of your head if the project can still be taking shape even after it goes into the monitor, or is it more of a notification?
Absolutely.
Or okay,
Absolutely. I mean, it's a work in progress.
got it.
Yeah. And I guess just going back to that question about whether there could be a yes at the next meeting, I think there definitely could be a yes at the next meeting, but we can't like, we can't promise there is going to be a yes or not a yes, or, it's just like Mark said, it's.
When you need me to get back to you about whether or not we want to be on the next meeting, I got to talk to these guys and some other people at work to decide whether or not we want to proceed. Do you need to know that tonight, or can we give you notice?
Yeah, I mean, we could continue it at this meeting, and then if if something changes, we could continue at this meeting to the next meeting, and then if before then something comes up or whatever, you could let us know, and we could either go back to the meeting after that, or if you want to withdraw, that's
sounds good.
Possibly too.
I mean, I think this is a formidable project if the updated information the commission is looking for is going to be provided. That's all. So I think it can be, but it depends on what information the commission is given. And then the commission is the issuing authority. So it's your call,
It is.
Yeah.
It's really the Conservation Commission's call.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Mark said.
Yeah.
Got it.
All right.
On that note, I know we were, I think, rightfully focused on this replication part of the project, but as you guys presented last week, there's like 3 parts of the property where there are projects. Essentially, it's kind of like 3 different projects. And I know, Kristen, you had also mentioned later in the meeting after I left that you had some concerns about the Greenfield ordinance and how this project complies with it. And I'm wondering if it would be valuable to us to just step into that. And if there are any other issues or concerns with other parts outside of this particular stream location, that it would be good to discuss those now and have what specifically we're concerned about so that the applicants can take that into consideration and return next week with that information as well. One of the areas that I would like to look at again that I didn't get a chance to in the last meeting was that area of regrading within the 25-foot no disturb zone, and wanted to ask whether you had looked at parking lot alternatives that avoided that particular disturbance with that is relevant really just to our Greenfield ordinance.
Right. We you're correct. We do have some grading along the east edge. And we have talked with the applicant and what their needs are for the project. And we're not providing more than they need, that's for sure. And we considered the geometry of the parking lot, including coming in at a higher elevation, which might have thinned it out a little more. But it didn't work geometrically for vehicle maneuvers, and as well as having the vehicles come off of the main road there. We have a certain depth that we want the vehicles to be able to queue instead of come in and take an immediate left, because we worry about things like a vehicle stopping to make that decision once they get into the parking lot and then leaving vehicles dangling out on the main road. All of those are debatable and discussable, and I'm glad to do that. But those are examples of things that we did talk about when we were laying out the property. We did have the parking lot scooch as close to the road as we felt that we could, and presented what we thought was a balanced yet slight impacts to the no touch zone. But like I said, those are examples of the analysis that we had performed.
From our perspective, the purpose of the project is to grow and provide jobs. The size of the building expansion allows for that parking will be at max capacity when we fill the building with production. So if we cut the parking, we'll have less need for the building and we'll have less productive capacity.
Sorry, I didn't realize I'm still muted here. Did you explore any other like surface materials in the parking lot, any kind of permeable paving or other ways of mitigating water that would decrease the, I guess, the need for the runoff to be concentrated the way that it is?
In essence, we have, and let me explain. We've provided a sizable stormwater BMP where, although you would, I think what you're saying is there's permeable pavement that the water wouldn't run off at higher rate, but you do still have runoff. With what we're proposing, we're actually putting much of the collected stormwater beneath the pavement into an infiltration area, and then that which is over a certain flow rate would flow out in a concentrated fashion. We would have that type of an overflow outlet whether or not we had an infiltration device in some way, shape, or form. It might look the same, it might look different. So for this application, we thought the essence of infiltrating, much of the flows would be in essence similar to a pervious pavement system.
I wanted to add, this isn't about the parking lot, but one of Kristen's comment from last time was about how this is riverfront area for our local ordinance, but it's not under the Wetlands Protection Act. But I guess just like off the top of my head here, it seems that if it's an ecological restoration project, those are allowed to alter areas that wouldn't otherwise be alterable if, it's for an overall improvement of the system. And I think that would be even in a riverfront area, that would apply. So I don't know. I feel like if it's an ecological restoration limited project, maybe the riverfront area is less important riverfront area for our ordinance. That's just me. I didn't even think about that before this meeting, but I'm just thinking out loud here. So maybe that solves two, maybe the ecological restoration limited project solves multiple issues. I don't know. For permitting purposes. I don't know if anyone has any other, Rachel, you're muted right now. I think you're trying to talk.
Sorry, I keep trying to use my space bar to unmute me, but I'm like looking at the plans on the side of the screen, so if I don't have Zoom activated, it doesn't, space bar does nothing. Yeah, I was just wondering if we could pull the plans up for a second and refresh just like the full property to make sure that if anybody has other questions or concerns about like that area, like within the 200-foot around the intermittent stream, or the no disturb. I haven't been part of a review of an ecological restoration limited project yet, so I need to do some looking into like how that would change other things. I don't know that off the top of my head.
So this line is 200-foot riverfront area for local ordinance. if you can see that. Whoops.
I have a question going back to the check dam that's there. If the check dam, I assume, so if you're talking about that being able to be cleaned out, and that would be catching, sediment or whatever that was coming from the drainage system and the outflow from the parking lot, would it be viable to move that check dam outside of the 25-foot no disturb zone in the channel, exactly like where your cursor is now, so that in the future any disturbance or maintenance or needing to replace materials would be outside of that no disturb zone? Yeah, precisely. Thank you for whoever is annotating.
That's me.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
We can do that.
I was just going to add too, on the westerly side where that line was just drawn, it's really not warranted on that portion, because that swale will be maintained, but it was more, the intent was more of just the natural debris coming down from the northerly and then entering in. So if we could also move that to the right as well, to the east.
So
I guess for me, that makes, I think of like a natural stream would have that debris coming down, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah,
then
I could see that.
catch basin in the end. I don't know.
But moving it to the west is doable, and we could keep it naturalized on the other side, if that's the preference.
And that's not, you're not concerned about the land eroding towards the building there by like heavy flow down the channel to the north there?
I think that's what that other line is known as the effluent.
There's
There's a line of stone, right?
Yeah, ignore me. I thought it was both. Sorry.
That's correct. Yes.
Just before I forget, after we finish this hearing, I think we still need to approve the certificate of compliance for the previous project. I think at the last meeting that didn't happen because there was a question about the as-built. Am I remembering that correct, Fletcher?
Yeah, we're looking for more information as we close out the old OOC for the second building from 2018.
So anyway, I just wanted to let the applicant know that we can finish this out and then we can do that.
All right. Is there something? Shall we talk about that after we finish this out, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anyone has any more comments on this, or if we think we have all our comments in and we want to just continue to the next meeting.
I think the only comment would be, if there's a planting planner available for the area around the parking lot, and to think a little bit about the vegetation, include that along with the planting information for the replication.
All right, anything else?
I don't know if we need to like officially rescind our vote for peer review.
Yeah, there was kind of a motion. I guess that's the other thing is, do we feel we need a peer review?
I mean, the motion last time was to have Ward look at it, so I think.
Yeah, I think it was.
Like we tried to do an if he was available
preferably
type
warm
thing.
or something.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's anything to rescind since he isn't the one doing it.
Yeah. Do the commissioners have any?
I don't feel like that's necessarily personally.
I think if we get.
I don't think it hurts to still get a third party review, just as if this moves forward as a ecological limited project. Hearing more, just a second opinion of, the best way to create this wetland and to mitigate, I don't think is a bad thing.
Yeah, I just know it could slow things down weeks, months. So I want to make sure that that's we need if we're doing that.
Mitch, are you anticipating it taking that long for the contractor to review the information, or is there some other part of the procedure I'm not?
I just
aware of?
know Eric and that kind of thing, because it can take months.
Yeah, and I'll
Just the whole
also add that
process.
Okay.
we would need
I'm
to
not-
get we would need to get a quote first, and then we'd have to go to the next meeting and then
Right.
tell them what that is, and then they have to pay it, and then the peer review can start.
All right, well, there's already a lot of
And they have
there's
to
already a
fit
lot
it
of
into their
reconsider.
schedule after that, which will be more time.
Sure, I hear you. I mean, there's the fact that we're taking another look at this in a holistic way anyway, I'm not going to push on that. I just I thought it would be helpful, but if it's going to seriously delay the whole thing, I don't I'm not going to hold it up for that. So
think-
I'll also add, as previously discussed tonight, this isn't the kind of application that we see or even the state sees very frequently. A third-party review would be beneficial. I don't want to delay your project. I'm in no way opposed to your project in any way. But the regulations are a little bit tricky here. And I would like some expertise.
I think the same thing of not seeing it very often is going to apply to whoever's doing a peer review too.
Mhm.
Depending on who does a review. Mitch,
Mitch, so
were
you-
you,
oh,
were you
go ahead.
saying that that you reached out to a dozen third-party potentials and nobody responded? Well, can you repeat what you said before?
Yeah, I mean, the only responses I've gotten were that they're too busy or they don't review this kind of thing, and I don't have any quotes yet. So definitely not a yes yet.
Well, we don't have to close off that option.
Yeah, I mean, I can
at
keep
the very
those
least. Do we?
keep those offers out and see if anyone responds, and then
Yeah. We don't have to preclude it if
Yeah.
we continue.
we can. Yeah, we can wait.
Okay.
Keep the option open. All right, is there anything else, or does anyone want a motion to continue this to the next meeting?
I thought that for continuances, the applicant has to request it.
Oh,
I
they
was
have to
confused
agree
about
to
that
it.
with that
Yeah.
last meeting as well.
Yeah, I did ask if they would be amenable to that, and I thought I heard a yes, but
Okay, so motion to grant the request of a continuance to the next meeting so that the project can be resubmitted under different category.
I'll second that.
all right, and just to clarify, the next meeting will be March 14th, 6:30 p.m. All right, any other discussion on that motion? Nope, okay, so we'll do a roll call vote. Rachel,
Aye.
Erica,
Aye.
Kristen,
I
Fletcher.
Aye.
All right, I'm also an aye, so we'll continue this to our next meeting in 2 weeks, the 14th at 6:30 p.m. And while everyone is still here, our next order of business on our agenda is request for certificate of compliance, 15 Greenfield Street, DEP file number 1680320. Let me find that. I don't have that pulled up.
So just
Yeah, go ahead.
to catch us back up, I think we were looking for an as-built, but we didn't have one. So we were talking about using the new plans for the current project as the as-built, since it was done with a survey. Where I assume they shot all the corners and all that. So
Did you just want to ask that was the
I was just saying it for my own benefit, to be honest, to figure out where we left off, but in case it helped anybody else.
Are there any, because the certificate of compliance is for the building that was previously built, which involved grading all the way around the west side. Are there any current photographs? Did anybody who was out at a site visit look at those areas? I mean, the requirements are it has to be fully vegetated, stable. There was an invasive species issue over there. Is the Japanese knotweed dealt with? Like, do we have some photographs that we could look at?
There was a site visit. Mitch did a site visit on February 3rd. So there's site visit photos. This is behind the building, I believe. Yeah, this is where the new stream channel would be if that project goes forward. I'm actually not sure which area you're referring to. This is on the east side of that new building. Same area.
Was it on the wood line or the woods line or the existing channel?
The western edge?
I think it was actually on the eastern edge. I don't.
And that's behind it.
There's
That's northern. Those are all, there's just
nothing on the
all four
eastern edge
corners
except
here.
for
Yeah, this is
swale and
the
lawn,
east.
I think.
That's,
Wow.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's the eastern edge. Yeah.
That it was at back at that corner, but it looks like it's. I don't see anything. Yeah.
I don't know. And this is back in that corner.
I think when we were looking at the plans last week, we were looking at, in the absence of as-built, we were looking at the submitted plans and what were we looking at?
There was another site plan from the original.
That's right.
Yeah,
for that.
on the PDF package on the very last sheet, I believe it's 11. That's the survey prepared by Heritage Surveys.
Right, we were looking at the 2017 proposed plans with the 2023 new plans and kind of comparing, but we had some questions for the applicant and we wanted to have the applicant present to answer some of those questions.
What would you like me to bring up? The 2023 plans?
The I think 2017 site plan and the 2023 plan. Maybe a side by side.
2020 plan?
The newest one and the one from 2017, I think.
Side by side, we're getting fancy here. All right, so this is the This is the new plan.
Right. So if you scroll to sheet or page 11, that's the existing conditions there today.
Oh, last page.
So
Okay.
essentially that's your as-built.
Okay.
So the main thing here was it was in buffer zone and maybe ordinance riverfront area. Is that the?
I think for the certificate of compliance, what we need to do is be comparing this as built to the plan that was approved in 2018. So
Okay.
if it might
I'm
be
gonna find
helpful
that.
to just, if somebody could split screen and just show that, I think what we need to look at is the topography, the grading around the building, that there's no erosion, that it's vegetated, that the drainage and the water flow more or less like lines up with what we agreed, like what we permitted to be built, and that there aren't any ongoing conditions that haven't been met.
Travis, did you find the old plan by any chance? I can. It's
Yes.
outside of the. Okay. Cool.
It's just titled site plan. I'm waiting. It's kind of like loading. Hold on.
I would do it, but I'm not on Zoom on the computer. I'm looking on it.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be hard to do this side by side. This is why I have two screens usually. Look at things side by side. Okay. All right. Sorry for the. I guess I can. I have to share my screen. There we go. So there's the existing. Wait. Yeah, existing conditions on the left. That's the newer plan, and then the original proposed is on the right.
So those elevations on the right there. Meters.
Must be, or
no.
Yeah, they definitely had different data. Looks like the old one's
Yeah.
assumed one.
It looks to me like it's just taken off of a benchmark. Like when a surveyor just benchmarks, puts the benchmark at 100 and then goes from there.
Good call. Looks pretty similar. I don't know if that swale is was pre-existing or added, but the drainage connection looks about as proposed. Maybe it didn't quite go as far. Or does it?
What are you referring to?
Sorry, on the east side of the building. I don't know if that's there's a
this.
I mentioned that, but also the drainage pipe there going north to south. I don't know if it's actually on that plan on the left, but it's on the one I'm looking at. You see the right next to the HVAC unit on the right, that drainage there. Maybe that was pre-existing. I don't know.
Oh, this black line here.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is similar enough.
I'm with you. I mean,
I mean,
having been
in
on
regards
site,
to,
having been on
yeah.
site, it looks, I mean, there's different, I don't think we have any reason to comment on the difference in the HVAC stuff. Looks a little different than proposed, but whatever. Grading in the drainage look.
I think a motion to order an issue or issue an order of certificate of compliance. Oh my God, it's late.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
All right. Any other discussion on that?
Do we have the order of conditions? Was there anything that was supposed to be ongoing or?
NOI. We do have the order of conditions. My computer's struggling to load these things right now. It looks like now the only things ongoing is just the structure shall be built to specifications. This is ongoing, and then I'll share this, but no, not really.
Yeah, it just talks about final grading being stabilized.
Yeah, stabilizing it. This does
Okay.
not. This is ongoing, so there's not really any.
Stevie's gonna be what? I said Steve is like gripping his face now.
Yeah, I don't see anything here that isn't.
They're like talking about now he's like got that fucking shit.
Okay.
Whoever's
just so
on
the participants know
iPhone.
you're not all muted.
Yeah.
I think maybe if you called in or
whoever's showing up his iPhone.
Joined on a phone, you might not be muted.
Yeah.
You're not.
Yeah. Now you're muted.
Anyway, all right.
Okay. All right. No,
Should we vote
there's no
on
other
the,
discussion. Yeah, I'll do a roll call vote. Rachel,
Aye.
Erica, did you?
Aye.
Okay. Kristen,
Aye.
Fletcher.
Aye.
All right. And I'm also an aye.
Aye.
So okay.
Two ayes from Erica.
Two ayes from
Nice.
Erica. All right. So we will be issuing that certificate of compliance for the previous project. So that one will be closed out now. And now we just have the new project to focus on at this one. So thank you, everybody, for both of those projects for sticking around.
Thank you very much. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
All right.
See you then.
Sorry it was so late. Okay, do we have anything on our agenda here? Okay, other business edits to 105 Newton Street order of conditions. DEP file number 1680350.
Do we have someone here for that one? I think, wasn't that the?
I think.
Yeah, Mitch warned me away from coming to the meeting last time, which was exceedingly long, so I got to enjoy some of this one instead.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I've been working on my billing.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't much quicker.
Yeah. Okay, I'm bringing that up right now. All right. Yeah. Do you want to just go ahead and talk about the changes while I'm getting that up?
Sure. I realized as I was so absorbed with what else I was doing, I didn't bring the plans up on my computer here. So let me grab that and I'll point them out. And we also, okay, let me get settled here. Okay. Great, so I will share And we, so after the Conservation Commission approved the project, we went to planning board, and then, went through our sort of final round of revisions to the plans, getting the project ready for construction. And there were a number of minor changes. And so what we put together and submitted to both the Conservation Commission and the Planning Board was this conformed permit set, capturing all of those edits. And then additionally, we submitted to the commission a letter that looks like this, just ticking off what all of those changes were so that there wouldn't be any confusion or hunting around for them. My guess is there's only one that's of particular concern to the commission, but we'll go through all of them anyway. And so anyone who has this letter can follow along. I'm just going to tick down these points, and most of them we're going to go through pretty quickly. So on C0, the demolition plan, we just added 2 erosion control notes stating that there is an order of conditions which is incorporated into the project by reference, and also that no work shall commence before a pre-construction meeting. And I know the owner has been working with Mitch to set that up. I don't know if that's happened yet.
We did that.
Great. On the following page, these were mostly related to some planning changes. The item number 1 was added bituminous concrete curbing. So we've added a Cape Cod style berm around the edge of the pavement. I don't honestly remember if a curb was indicated. I know at one point we had some precast concrete curb on the plans, but this is ringing really just the upper area of the parking lot. It doesn't change any of the drainage patterns because all of the drainage in this paved area ran to catch basins that are sort of in the middle of these aisles. So that continues to be the case, notwithstanding the curb. So it doesn't really change anything other than sets an edge to prevent people from inadvertently driving off of it. Not included is the edge of this parking lot because all of this area was to sheet flow toward this rain garden here, which is continuing to be the case. We added the 6-foot chain link fence along the back of the property. This was discussed during the hearing and was desirable by the commission to prevent anyone from illicitly dumping or tossing any contents of their storage lockers. So that's been added to the plan. This is the one that may be a point of issue we can discuss a little bit further. The way the owner has the building laid out inside, it was desirable to get pedestrian access to a door here in order to allow 2-sided access to an interior hallway in this building. So we have added an 8-foot wide by 33-foot long piece of pavement in this location. Under normal circumstances in a typical Greenfield type project, not Greenfield the town, Greenfield the state of the site, this would probably be a bigger issue. But in this case, this additional pavement, had it been included to begin with, is sitting on top of already disturbed area within the original limited disturbance that we presented to you. It's really a negligible addition to impervious area compared to what we have in the proposed condition. As compared to the current state of the site, we're still reducing impervious area, and this new pavement area does get captured by a swale running along this edge of the site, as we can look at the grading plan, and is captured into this rain garden. So, our description of this is that it's a negligible change, doesn't really change the drainage patterns, doesn't change the overall drainage design. We're still got a significant reduction in impervious area and significant improvement of all of these areas. And we can circle back to that if anyone wants to discuss it. I'll just tick off the other changes. The planning board requested that specific loading areas be striped out. So there's been striping added to the pavement. We have added an identification sign, really a facility sign in this location, which is just barely in the 100-foot buffer and under the local bylaw is in the riverfront zone. This sign we can show on the last page is detailed, but this is just a typical freestanding sign to identify the facility. We've added a bike rack and striped area in this portion of the site to allow for bike parking. We've identified the locations of some of the mechanical equipment for these buildings, which are heated and cooled. So there are condensing units located in this location right here on a pad. And also, although it's not clear on this sheet in particular, there are condensing units that'll be hung on the building and not actually on the ground in this location here. Some of these formal planting areas at the request of the owner, we've included a stone mulch planting bed. He likes the stone mulch for ease of maintenance in order to keep these plants healthy. So that's really just a preference in those areas. I think we showed the planting areas on the original plan, but they weren't quite so defined in detail. There were a couple of planting changes. We've deleted 2 mountain laurel and 12 rhododendron that were called out as 3-gallon containers. We've replaced them with 30 native switch grasses, so a net increase in the number of plants. Understanding that removing shrubs and adding grass is a little bit of a downgrade, we increased the number from 14 to 30 to sort of offset that change. The existing species were native. The grasses are native as well. And really, within that native realm, it's just a preference of the owner. He likes the ornamental grasses a little bit more than the formal shrubs. In the grading and utility plan, we've added more information on existing utilities in the street. There's a lot of complicated utilities out there. We've learned a little bit more about how those things are going to come together. It doesn't change any of the proposed work. All of the same utility connections contemplated before are still in the project. We had proposed a yard drain in this location. That's been changed to a full catch basin for really constructability reasons, but the net result is, to the extent that there's any additional sediment coming out of the infiltration basin, which there really shouldn't be, or coming off these vegetated areas, we'll catch it. It's a better structure for water quality marginally, but it is better. So we think that's actually an improvement. We've added more detail on the proposed utility systems. Again, the overall grading and drainage patterns are all exactly the same. We've just gone through a level of detail that's reflected on this plan and wanted to highlight that. And there's an additional note here about additional test pits that are going to be required in the street. There's a lot of uncertainty on the existing utilities. So we are requiring the contractor to dig and verify some of the conditions before they go and run some of these pipes out into the street. Those are all in paved areas and are really no different than the trenching contemplated as part of the project. So a distinction perhaps without a difference. Snow storage and removal plan doesn't change at all. Again, all those drainage patterns remain the same. Resource area plan. The resource area plan has been updated to reflect in the proposed condition the additional impervious area on the site. But again, as described before, it is inboard of some of the existing disturbances and entirely outside of that 25-foot no disturb, where we're removing quite a bit of existing work. There was some rearranging of details. I'm not going to tick each of those off, but we did add a detail for the chain link fence, which is added along the back of the property, as discussed before. We had a detail for concrete curb that's now been switched to, as I mentioned before, the bituminous Cape Cod style berm. This is the sort of 3-inch tall and 12-inch wide, wider, shallower curb. On detail 2, we added a typical utility trench. We added I think we just moved the rain garden detail. I believe the rain garden detail was in the plans already. We added a detail for bollards, which are proposed to protect the corners of the buildings, as well as some of that equipment, all of that occurring within paved areas. So really small change there. I think there's no change on this plan. Oh, we did add catch basin detail. Again, clarifying some of that work, and with the change from the yard drain to a catch basin, our standard catch basins are all the deep sump hooded that do a reasonably good job of removing some of the heavier sediment that washes into them. Drainage systems unchanged, and then this is just a visualization that was required by the planning board to show what that freestanding facility sign is going to be. And that's a photometric plan, which isn't really relevant to conservation, but this was required for planning, and all the light is clustered around the buildings and on the paved areas. Even to the extent that you're interested, the light spill off the pavement toward the wetland areas is really minimized. We do have a 1/10 of a foot candle going beyond the pavement in a handful of spots. But generally the design is to keep that really tight around the buildings and the entrances. So happy to answer any questions if there are any on those changes. But again, I think overall, those are just sort of the typical little changes you go as we go from permit to construction sets.
Thank you, Chris. That was really thorough. I just have a quick question about the planting changes.
Yes.
One of the questions that we had last week that we wanted to get your input on was the reduction of woody plantings and the increase of grasses, which changes the thermal loading protection and shade mitigation and wildlife habitat. And I just was wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I'm going to check because I'm not the landscape person, but I believe that these changes were all in the formal planting areas in the front of the site and not this sort of restorative area that we had. But I am gonna just dangerously, I'm gonna check our planting plan live and see if that was a true statement. Sorry, I'm causing the plan to jump around a little bit here. I'm used to a different PDF program on my work computer, and I'm on my home computer right now. Yeah, so what I would say is the more sensitive restoration area, it remains unchanged from the approved plan, and we do have a couple of larger trees as well as shrub species here. What we're talking about is changes to just more of these ornamental areas that sort of dress up the edges of the parking lot. So I would qualify those changes as pretty insubstantial as it goes to wetland protection. These are all part of the areas as approved that are surrounded by lawn. And we do still have a number of trees. We've got 5 trees, and I'll see what.
So they're not in jurisdictional resource areas. They're not in the buffer zone, is what you're saying.
I'm not saying they're not in the buffer zone. They are in the buffer zone. I am saying that they are not part of the area where we really focused on creating a naturalized buffer and reestablishing this area where we go from 0 buffer to a really substantial naturalized edge that has the more natural seed plantings. The entire site is in the local riverfront, and the majority of the site is in the buffer. So all of the plants are in jurisdictional areas.
Is there a reason why you would remove a woody shrub and replace it with a ornamental grass?
Since he's not here, I'm going to give you the honest answer. It's because once the owner looked very closely at the planting plan that we had proposed, he made it clear that he prefers ornamental grasses out in front of the property where people are going to see it approaching. And so it is strictly a preference of aesthetics in the front of the site that led to that change. To be honest, if we had forced him to look a little bit more closely at some of the species before we submitted to Conscom, this is probably the planting plan we would have come with originally, again with a mix of trees and shrubs, but then with a number of those grasses at the front of the site.
Are the grasses native species? Are they native to Franklin County?
Yeah, I checked that with my landscape architect this afternoon before I left. It's it's a native switchgrass that grows in this area.
Can you remind me what the species is?
Let me see. Panicum virgatum. And I can zoom in on that here.
So can you just remind me, you're switching the evergreen, the broadleaf evergreen rhododendron for a switchgrass, right?
Correct.
I wasn't part of the commission, I don't believe, to approve this, was I? I don't remember this.
Yes.
But, was I? Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't that long
we
ago.
talked at length about stormwater standards that night.
I don't remember like going through this plan schedule very closely, but I feel like switching rhododendron for panicum is kind of a big deal. I don't know. I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but that just seems like kind of a big deal to me.
I mean, I guess.
In response, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, it looks like most of that is just like, you know, between the road and the building. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, in response, I would just say that if we step back and look at the current state of this site and what we'll do to it and the natural plantings that we'll add, and the majority of the seeding being no-mow meadow mix that's going to be, maintained to keep invasive species out, but is otherwise meant to be left pretty natural and creating pollinator habitat, as well as a much more substantial natural buffer between the developed portion of the site and the resource area, which again, we literally have building going up to a wetland right now. I would argue that, some of those formal plants changes to some of what we're seeing as more formal planting dressing up the front of the site is small in comparison to the dramatic change that we're going to create here.
It's an interesting, it is an interesting kind of question, just because and what habitat exactly does rhododendron provide, and is that more valuable habitat than switchgrass? I don't know. I don't actually I'm not entirely sure that the rhododendrons are native to this county. I think the switchgrass provides really excellent habitat for several species of pollinators, and I don't have a problem with it. As long as it's the same area that's being planted.
Yeah, I guess what I was saying was I'm definitely not a plant person, but I don't think I have a big problem with it either.
No, I mean, I'm with Travis. It's on Go Botany as part of this county, so, or at least county documented. It says native, but as far as the habitat question, I don't have a strong opinion.
Yeah, I think one's just more pollinator friendly, one's more kind of shade tolerant, evergreen. So I guess it depends on what the aesthetic is and what the habitat value that we're going for is. So
Do these require formal approval, or is it just a discussion, or what's the, do we need to like formally sign off on these proposed changes?
So I think what we're requesting is that the commission accept this plan without the need for an amended order of conditions.
In the
Yeah.
past, we have approved in the minutes.
Yeah, and I think because like if it's not something that would change any of our orders or special conditions or anything, and if we think they're just minor changes, then yeah, we've done that. I think one time when Mark was here, he said, oh, you can just approve those in your minutes. So I think we could just motion and, you know, approve the plan, approve the updated plan.
I'm sorry, I know we're all really tired, but was there also a change to impervious surface area that would be not minor? I'm sorry, Chris, can you just remind us? I'm sorry, we're tired. This is like the third
I
week in a row
understand.
we've had a meeting.
Yes. Yes, so on this site that has, I'm gonna guess at the answer, 50,000 square feet of impervious area, we have added this walkway, which is a total of 264 square feet of pavement. And in this final condition, the drainage patterns are unchanged. All of this new impervious area goes to a rain garden, and we have a significant reduction compared to the existing condition of the impervious area. I plugged this into HydroCAD just to check. It didn't actually change the curve number because it wasn't significant enough.
Okay, and that is in a resource area.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I think those were the two issues, right, Fletcher, that we talked about last week, that we wanted to have the applicant present to answer questions about.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So if everyone feels comfortable with that, someone could motion to accept the updated plan.
I'll make a motion to accept the updated plans for the NOI at 105 Newton Street, DEP number 1680350.
Second.
All right, a motion to approve the updated plans. Anyone have any other discussion? All right, I'll do a roll call vote here. Rachel?
Aye.
Erica?
Aye.
Kristen?
Aye.
Fletcher?
Aye.
All right, and I'm also an aye. So your updated plans are approved.
Great, thank you. Look forward to getting the demolition of the rug building underway very, very soon.
All right. I've seen vehicles out there, like construction vehicles. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I think
About to
demo
happen.
starts any day now if it hasn't started already.
All right, cool. Well, thanks for sticking through to 10:32 p.m.
Sure thing. All right, have a good one.
You too.
Okay, let me get back to our agenda here. Any topics not reasonably anticipated 48 hours in advance of the posting of this agenda? I don't have anything to add. Anyone else?
Yeah, I believe
No.
Tracy has something
I was
regarding.
wondering.
Hi, everybody. Good
Hello.
evening.
You
I'm going
picked
to
a
make it
good meeting.
really super short and sweet. Hopefully we can get through it quickly. Sorry for making your night longer than it needed to be. So over at the project site on Health Camp Road, the transmission line structure relocation, I wanted to reach out to all of you just to see if we could get sort of input and how to best approach the situation. So you guys know how dynamic the Green River is and how erosive, oh God, it's late, how easily eroded that bank is. And since we started construction, the riverbank has eroded significantly. I'm gonna, can I share my screen? Will it let me share my screen? I don't have that option. Shoot.
Oh.
Okay, so anyways, and actually I did send this email, so Mitch might, if Mitch is still on, he might be
Yeah, I
able
can pull it up.
share. Thanks, Mitch, appreciate it. Anyways, since we started the project, the river has eroded significantly in front of structure 140. We're working with like inches of soil now, which is crazy because before, when we were here in December getting this approved, we probably had 5-6 feet in front of the structure, which, obviously was enough to warrant us moving forward with relocating the structure. But our biggest concern now is making sure that we keep the structure safe while we're doing construction, both so that we maintain the reliability of the line and so that it doesn't, tip into the river. The other major concern that I have, as well as the rest of the project team, is we want to make sure we're keeping the project area safe for the people who are out there working to move the structure and get it ready to go. So the reason I reached out, we wanted to, and Mitch, if you want, you can share those project plans that I shared with you. We would like to add sort of 4 anchor bolts, sort of 4 mini piles on either side of either leg. They'd be removed at the same time, they'd be cut below grade and removed when the structure itself is removed in May, which should be when the line is transferred over to the new structure that's set back from basically what we have already been approved to do. But trying to figure out what the best, route is. Obviously, all of the matting is in there already, and it would be a temporary impact just associated with, putting those down. That's just enough stability to keep the structure in place and keep everybody safe who's out working on the project, So that's sort of the long and short of it. Mitch does have, the engineering plan that just shows, 4 little spikes in the ground, and we're just going to put some crossbars down to them. So, and then remove them again when the old structure comes out once we've transferred the line. So that is sort of the long and short of it. I don't know what the best way to get that done. I'm not sure if you felt like we needed to amend, like, go all the way open and reopen the order. That seems like it probably is more effort than I think we need to do, or if an emergency order, thank you. Or, I would prefer not to do an emergency order. I don't necessarily think we need to. I don't know. I just wanted to chat, get your advice, see what you thought was the best approach for trying to get this dealt with, as quickly as possible, just so we can maintain the safety of the project area, as well as the structure itself. So. Anybody have any thoughts? I'm sorry to make you do this at 10:30 at night and think about this.
I mean, it does seem like a legitimate, urgent concern here.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought was an emergency order. If, because I was just looking up, the procedure for an emergency order, and it just has to be if it's necessary for the protection of health or safety of the citizens of the Commonwealth.
So here's a question, and this is, I guess, sort of a question for everybody. If it's just minor temporary impacts, is there anything else that we could go under besides an emergency order, or is an emergency order the best, like the only option that we have to move forward with this quickly?
I don't know. And
I'm thinking about this too as we're speaking. So it's not.
And I'm looking at, now that I think about it, I think emergency orders are supposed to be done by a public agency. I don't know if like a private, other than like
we've used public, or excuse me, I've used an emergency order before for this client. So you get with you guys. So you definitely can. I would we used it for the 2 structures that we moved last year, where they were like really going in the river, to put in some anchor bolts. Same idea, but at the time we didn't have, you know, matting down there or anything like that. So it seemed obviously we were going to have to put matting in to get, you know, construction equipment down there and things like that. But like literally all we're going to do is put like, so here's the thing, like geotech work, I think would result in would result in about the same amount of disturbance as what we're asking to do here. And that I believe we can do under an RDA.
I guess what I was thinking is like an emergency order would probably be the easiest way to do it. I mean,
Yeah, what's your
It would be quick. I mean,
concern about that, Tracy?
I obviously I mean, this is why I'm here at 10:30 at night chatting with you guys. Obviously we want to do this as quickly as we can. Right now we're monitoring the situation. You know, if anything really looks like super dire, obviously we're going to go out and do the work. Our hope is that we don't get to that point, right? That's why I'm here. I don't want to have to go out and do emergency work and, you know, have to inform you after the fact if something really awful happens, or to prevent something from happening. So I can bring this back and sort of have it as a discussion with the client too, and say, you know, we could obviously we could go the route of emergency order if that's really what we feel is necessary to get this turned around as quickly as possible. But I was wondering if you thought maybe an RDA would be, you know, another option, or, you know, given how minimal impact the work is, because we've already permitted the matting at the site and things like that. So
is there a reason you'd rather do an RDA? It seems like that'd be longer and more complicated.
No, I'm just again, I'm just coming up with options that I think would serve the purpose of what we need to get done, and see what the Conservation Commission would feel most confident and, you know, would find the easiest to deal with at this point.
I agree. It seems like an emergency cert is
best option.
So I guess I'm not really sure why you wouldn't want to do that. It looks like if that is eroded that quickly, that you'd want to do something as soon as possible, whatever the quickest route is.
It's pretty impressive how strong that river is for how shallow it is. So
especially given the season that it is now.
Yeah, and it hasn't been
snow melt, and you know,
right. It has not been a particularly ferocious winter either, which makes it all the more impressive, I think. So, all right. Well, I am not going to keep you then. Thank you for your input. Unless anybody has, I don't want to cut anybody off if you were all like, oh, I really want to share my thoughts and opinions with Tracy on this, but I don't want to keep you guys any later either. So.
No, I just think we may be mistakenly picking up on you having concerns of not using an emergency order for some reason, concern of it being a delay of some kind, or
yeah, I think the client didn't want to, you know, feel like we were pushing you into anything quickly or anything like that. Obviously there is some significant concern, you know, if that something might happen, and we don't want that to happen, but I think they wanted to give you the opportunity to, you know, think about what would be the best option to pursue. That's all.
I mean, it looks like a pretty good candidate for
like an emergency.
Order. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. As long as you guys
I just want to make sure you weren't concerned about that somehow that would result in too much of a delay, which I don't think there will be any delay, but
I don't think so. I was like, we've used that before, and it went very quickly, very smoothly. Obviously you guys already know the matting's already down there. So I think it should, you know, be quick. I can turn it around quickly for you guys to look at, and hopefully we'll go from there. So.
Yeah, and I think that the work would have to be done within 30 days of the emergency order.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, so the structure is scheduled to be shifted to the new structure that we're currently building in the beginning of May. So, you know, it's not even going to be out there long term. It's like a couple of months. So it would definitely get built. It would definitely get installed quickly. So.
Okay.
But anywho, thank you, everybody. Go to
Right.
go to bed. Thanks for everything. Appreciate it. Bye.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Are there any conditions we might want to include?
Well, I mean, we haven't issued anything yet, so
Right,
I
but
think we'll
I mean,
wait. I mean,
I would send it and then it wouldn't be ratified. We wouldn't talk about it to the next meeting.
well, yeah. I mean, I don't think they haven't requested an emergency order
Yeah,
yet.
I'm just thinking if anyone
But
had any to
yeah, that's
include
a
once
good,
that
yeah.
happens.
I mean, you can always you can call me if you want,
Okay.
and and then it can get ratified later.
All right, it sounds good.
But yeah. All right. Well, Mitch, were there any enforcement updates?
No, I think we can.
All right. No, nothing
call
under
it.
project monitoring, list of active order of conditions.
No.
Okay, so then our next meeting date is Tuesday, March 14th at 6:30 p.m. Oh, and Mitch, just to make sure you saw, well, for everyone, Mark in the chat said, I have to scoot very early start for me in the morning. Good seeing you all. And Dominic from the Greenfield Recorder said, just a reminder that I would love a copy of this recording ASAP. And he put, or he or she put their email address in there.
Okay.
In the
Yeah,
chat.
I jotted that down.
Okay. All right. Motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All right. Motion to adjourn, seconded by Rachel. She beat you to it. All right. All those in favor of adjourning?
All right.
All right. We are adjourned at 10:44 p.m. All right.
Nice. 2-week break.
Yeah.
Plus.
God.
2 week plus.
God. All right. Good night, guys.
Go get some rest.